the Crown of Kings. Behold the intro. This is where I get to put in my cloud save. Which, as we all know, is the same as before. It's me, Jekiga. Spell names are weird. Is this me? This is probably me. This looks like me. It's got gorilla on top. You trapped the Sun Serpent, defeated 6 of the 7 serpents, and acquired Flanker's sword. Yeah, that sounds like all stuff that I did. I agree. Alright, give me the intro. There is a legend. Long ago, or so they say, the ancient world was prosperous and free. From the Kakhabad Sea to Lake Lumley, harvests were plentiful. People were happy. All was at peace. Even the thundering skies were calm, tamed by the arts of the sorcerers of Mampang. Then everything changed. The Fire Nation attacked? A fearsome sorcerer leveled the cities and turned the fields to dust with towers of devastating light. Wait, is that me? Am I the sorcerer? Because of time? He heard no plea. Maybe I am the asshole. Cutting down village after village, the mages scrabbled to defend the ancient world, but they were weak. Finally, the last Archmage sealed the walls of Mampang and sent out 7 deadly serpents to keep the dark sorcerer away. All 7 died. And now here you are, climbing the narrow pass into the mountains of High Zamen. The price of your journey across the Backlands has already been paid. Now, the Ennull land is coming to Mampang, and nothing will be allowed to stand in his path. The crown will be yours. Wow. They were kind of... Like, there was the one NPC at the end of part 3 that sort of presented this narrative. But I guess we're the bad guy? Like, the whole reason the sorcerer is evil is because we messed with time? Because of the beacons? And they're just trying to defend the past from me, the future? Whereas from my perspective, like, it's not... Oh, that's so weird. That's so weird. The sun is sinking, and the sky is turning bruise purple. It will be night soon. You climb an ancient staircase, worn to almost nothing by the years. Long ago, these steps were etched with messages, warnings, and words of advice and succor to the acolytes making the pilgrimage to the fortress. Oh, sorry. But they've long since been scrubbed away by dust, and the remaining marks tell you nothing. A no beacon run? Really? I guess there are ways to get from here to there without using the beacons. The beacons mostly give you, like, populated areas to stop in and places to refuel and gain information. Fascinating. It did change some things. I believe that. Inkling, I am interested to hear where that goes. I hope you do it, and I want to see screenshots of what's different. I guess let's check all the things. Let's look ahead first. You cast a glance up the weary stairs. Only a short distance is visible before they curve away out of sight. For a brief, blessed moment, Mampang is hidden, like a spider curled within its hole. You open your pack to check your provisions, but the results are bleak. You have enough for 3 meals, and no more. Pulling up your hood against the chill air, you stride onwards through the failing sunlight. You must not linger out here. You reflect on your progress with a heavy heart as you climb. The Backlands were a cursed place, and your journey across them was slow. Even with the serpents defeated, caution would be wise. It is possible that other messengers will have brought news of your presence to the Archmage's ears. You walk on, head held high. The sun is now sinking down. Soon it will be dark once more. The Zanzunu peaks rise on either side like jagged teeth. The path winds back and forth as it climbs, and glimpses of the brooding horror of Mampang come and go. You should make progress while there's still light. For all that they're kind of pushing the narrative that I'm the bad guy, This is, I guess it's from my perspective where I'm not the bad guy, but this is very much painting Mompang as evil, right? The Archmage is evil. Sing as I climb, that seems very dangerous. Do I even want to announce myself that way? Watch the skies. You watch the skies as you climb, staying alert for signs of the fearsome birdmen that patrol the peaks, the eyes and ears of the Archmage. Rough undergrowth springs up, lining the path on either side. Is it sus? How suspicious is the undergrowth? I could cast sus. What else can I cast, actually, as long as I'm here? Doze and Dop. We could yap. We could yap and we can yaz. We could become invisible. We could raz, almost assuredly. Oh, that's why is clicking here giving me an S? I want the R. Thank you. R is strictly raz. And then with the S we have sun, sus, and sap. Well, I'll continue asking the original question. Is there danger? You cast the spell, and a familiar calm voice begins to speak to you. There is little danger here, the voice informs you, except a nesting spikehawk in the bushes. But up ahead, there is somewhat more danger. With that, the voice fades. Oh, really? Why don't I have Purr? Oh, as an available spell. Yeah, sure. I don't think Purr is ever available, except in that one place. I know I cast it. Maybe I didn't cast it this time? That's an interesting idea. I'm actually... Because I did rewind in order to get everything done. So maybe I didn't actually unlock it this time through. Ahead, the stairs curve away out of sight. You can see nothing of what lies around the next corner. It sounds like searching the undergrowth is a bad idea, because there's a nesting spikehawk. So we'll just keep climbing. Caves, huh? The sun is almost set, and the sky is a deep pink. You reach the top of the stairs. Rounding the corner, you find 3 cave mouths set into the rock. You regard the caves with interest. The middle cave has the smallest entrance, and probably opens into a niche and nothing more. Niche? Whatever. The nearest cave would be large enough for a fire, but looks deep enough to contain any number of nasty surprises. A series of hoofprints lead into the mouth of the furthest cave. Hoofprints, eh? You take a closer look at the hoofprints. They are deep enough to suggest a largish creature, but they are no longer fresh. They're at least a few days old. You also note there are no prints coming out of the cave. Interesting. Well, we know there's danger here. Let's find out how much. We have Pop and Pep. We have Hot. Apparently, we have Dop, and Doc, and Dim, but no Sus. Unfortunate. I cannot find out if there's danger here. The stars are not right. But I can make someone dumb, or asleep, or confused. It's like there's dim and there's dumb and they're doze and they all kind of do the same thing. Are dim and dumb 2 actually separate spells? Hang on. I'm bringing up my spreadsheet. Yes, dim and dumb are 2 different spells. Dumb causes people to drop things, whereas dim just makes people confused. They're related to each other. I don't know. We could go into a cave. Seems like a nice place to rest, right? Call out? Just yell at things? Who's there? You call, hoping the owner of the footprints will appear. But there is no response. 2 spells you never use? Yeah, same. The caves are unlikely to contain anything but nasty surprises, surely. We need a place to sleep. We could pop into the Hoofprint Cave real quick. Stepping towards the northernmost cave, you see a few more sets of older hoof marks nearer to the mouth. The cave appears to be deep, but quite empty. Whatever creature made the hoofprints, it has either left another way or is hiding in the furthest shadows. I want to take a look. Oh. You step inside the mouth of the cave. Outside, night has fallen. But in a moment you stop, for sitting on a rock just inside the mouth of the cave is a figure. This is the figure? Sitting on a rock? Is that what sitting on a rock looks like? I really don't understand what is happening here. This is not very clear. The figure is in shadow, but is human-like and naked. A long mane of hair sweeps down over its back, which is turned towards you. I guess. Clearly you are treading quietly, as the figure is not turned around. Is it a statue? It's probably a statue. Oh. Apparently not. Who's there, you call out. The figure makes no reaction. You reach out to touch the creature's shoulder. The figure shudders a moment, then slides from its rock to the floor. Yeah, not that quietly, Zapper. I agree. You look over the creature. It's a woman with a human torso, but her legs are thick with hair and end in hooves. Her face is a blend of human and goat-like features, and two short horns rise from her forehead. She is quite clearly dead. Tell me more. You briefly search the goat lady's body, but she's carrying nothing. Her skin is quite cold. Bury the body? I think this is not my problem. Short of burying the body, there's nothing to be done with it, so you turn your attention to the wider cave. Not sleep in here. There's the one that it said was like a good place to sleep, right? Which was the large cave that might house something in it, but we'll check that out. You approach the cave mouth and peer inside. It seems to stretch back a long way. You pause to sniff the air. There is a faint foul smell coming from within. Suspicious! Cave is large enough it might hide several nasty surprises. You step away. It's right. The moon slowly moves across the dark sky. Let's go sleep in the Hoofprint Cave, then. I'm glad it lets me back in. We'll sleep here. Yeah, we can eat something, whatever. You should be safe here. Laying your pack down, you try to settle despite the hard floor. You have not yet eaten today. You could eat something, it's fine. You eat the hunk of cooked meat and feel much better for it. Then you close your eyes and let your tiredness overtake you. What is left of the night is filled with visions. You're standing on top of a tall, black-tiled tower, clinging onto its tiles with one hand, while with the other you wave something in the air. You look in your hand to find you are holding nothing less than the crown itself, and then you hear a cawing sound, and a great shape moves towards you. A birdman? No! A gold-crest eagle shimmering into view! The Sightmasters have seen you. They're taking you home. The Archmage remains unaware of you. Lucky! You wake to the sunlight spilling through the cave mouth. The dead figure is still here, lying beside you as though you had shared your bed. Excuse me? I couldn't have slept on the other side of the cave, away from the dead body? Yikes. You head outside once more. Alright, let's move on. You leave the caves behind. There is an unshakable gloom about this place. A few birds are singing thin and miserable songs. The steps are becoming wider as the path turns to follow the edge of a deep chasm. Awkward. Yeah? I mean, I like to think my character is more on the up and up, but maybe he's got a thing for dead goats. I don't know. It's super weird. Just a super weird situation. A little further on, a rock ledge juts out into the chasm. Two posts stand on either side, with a narrow and rather ancient wooden bridge lashed to them. The bridge must be 100 years old at least. It is set onto timber supports driven deep into fixtures out of sight below the ledge. It seems like it might still be solid. Wow, there's so many opportunities to just throw gold at things. Hey, Cryptomancer, how's it going? You glance down at the path ahead and see a line of hoofprints similar to those you saw outside the cave. They lead away past the bridge. You lift your eyes to look across the chasm to the other side, where more mountains rise up. A cleft line in their peaks traces a narrow road, and atop one summit is what looks like a large bird's nest. Do I cross the bridge? The hoofprints lead away from the bridge. Do I want to follow the hoofprints? That's not clear either. Time to continue. If the bridge is sound, it would get you quickly closer to the Citadel. Otherwise, this is a long path around. Argbad Crater. How bad is it? Argbad, apparently. There's a lot of the camera shifting around here as I move from area to area on this map. Oh my god, camera, calm the hell down. Okay, so there's like an actual town here in the, inside the walls. Along with an area of broken walls that we could just walk through? Well, that's convenient. Yeah, this map is something. I am absolutely not controlling the spinning, by the way. The only thing I can control is my, my XY position, and then the map below me is just spinning on its own, based on where I am relative to the center. I really don't like it. Yeah, alright, I guess I'll try the bridge. Worst case, we fall down here, and then there's, like, this path up. And that seems better than going all the way around. Although there is, like, this cool thing out here that we could visit. I don't know. There's a lot going on here. There is a lot going on here. Argbad Crater. How fast can I make it spin? I'd rather not have to find out. You step onto the foot of the narrow wooden bridge. It is no mean span. The chasm is twice as wide as the Jabaji River of Kare, at least. But the boards look intact enough, and better still, there is no sign of Vankas, the strange bridgekeeper you met earlier in your travels. You wallop one of the boards with your foot, and it booms solidly. It seems firm, but you can't know if all the other boards are as well preserved. Whatever. Surely such a bridge is too good to be true. Why would it be too good to be true? The reason a bridge exists is so that people can cross on it. I'm not the only I don't think I'm the center of the world. I don't think that this bridge is here solely to mess with me. That seems unlikely. Your knuckles are white as you grip the ropes and pace out onto the bridge. As the ropes tighten, the boards move downwards under every step, and it takes all your courage to take each step forward. I can feather fall. It's really not a problem. Keep moving. Standing still here is the worst option. If you're going to try to cross, you must be bold. Bold! Have confidence! You keep going, pacing board by board across the bridge. Then, without warning, one of the braided strands of the left-hand rope frays and snaps. The boards rock and sway violently, but the other ropes are holding for the moment. Can I cast a spell? Maybe I can Zen. What are my options for spells? If I can Zen or Featherfall, we're absolutely going to. Looks like I can do both. Oh, I cannot Zen. I can Zip! If only I had the thing that lets me Zip. Man, not getting a green ring was the worst possible thing that could happen to me. Alright, let's just cast Featherfall and hope I don't need it. You cast the spell, lightening your body weight to a mere fraction of normal. There is clearly nothing for it but to run, or to pull your floating body along by the ropes. You rush forward, hoping your reduced weight will prevent the bridge from breaking further. Instead, it simply means you lose contact with the bridge when the left-hand rope finally gives way. What? We have to hold on to a rope. Snatching wildly, you grab the other rope, and catch yourself just as the bridge breaks in the middle. You swing hard into the chasm wall, your weight returning just in time for the impact. Ouch. Climb up. From here, it is an easy climb up the ladder formed by the boards of the bridge. Finally, you pull yourself up and onto the edge of the cliff. For better or worse, you have crossed the ravine. See, I knew this was gonna work out. There was no way this didn't work out. I mean, I guess there was a way that it didn't work out. But it worked out is the important part. You are back on a firm rock path once more. The broken bridge dangles into space just a stride away, and its shattered boards litter the ravine floor. You breathe a sigh of relief. Whew. Nah, I was never worried. I was not worried at all the entire time. I knew everything was going to be okay. You must keep going. So this is a thing that I could go check out. Or we can just head up towards the fortress. Instead of sidetracking ourselves. Am I here to explore, or am I here to kill a sorcerer? I think I'm here to kill a sorcerer. You leave the bridge behind and make your way around the edge of the castle. A few clouds move across the heavens. The path splits here, snaking around the edge of a mountain, while a branch works its way downwards. The ruins of a stone tower lie some way down the path. The tower seems to have fallen into disrepair, but its profile is familiar enough. It is the same as the towers that guarded the backlands. There are 3 ways to go from here. Towers that guarded the backlands? Like the golden towers with the beacons on them? Okay, I want to check out the tower. You pick your way down the scree slope one step at a time. You pause by the ruined tower to catch your breath. As you move toward the tower entrance, a shadow falls across the doorway. The shape is stooped and hideous. It would seem this place is home to a troll. It has not yet noticed you. Suspicious. You watch the creature as it paces around inside the ruined tower. It appears to be ordering things, moving stone blocks from one point to another. Like, purposefully? Or just at random? Maybe this is the only fun the troll can have, moving blocks around. But the legends are a lie, a paranoid vision that turned the Archmage to evil. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay, so the Archmage has been turned to evil as a result of our actions. But had our actions been different, the Archmage would have been turned to evil as a result of rumors and legends about our actions. But regardless, the Archmage has been turned to evil, right? Like, we may have been the catalyst, but the Archmage's actions speak for themselves. Are we gonna kill a troll? The couch stone looked better over there, right? Just constant interior decorating. I want to see what's in the tower. You march over, and the troll's eyes snap up to meet yours. Then he lumbers out into the daylight. Can we rap with the troll? We can indeed rap with the troll. Grabbing the wig from your pack, you pull it onto your head and weave your spell. As the troll charges, you can understand his speech. "Kill you!" he screams, raising his sword to strike. That certainly cleared things up. Oh. Alright, well, I believe he's just going to attack super hard to begin with. I was wrong. The troll stamps forward. Then, while still a sword's length away, he drops down into a crouch behind his thick little shield. Is it thick or little? I guess it could be both. You raise your own sword ready to meet him with a brutal attack and crash against his defenses. His shield comes up. Alright, well, if his shield is up, I think I can do this. And I'm right. I love being right. You keep up the pressure. Reaching down, you toss a handful of dirt into his eyes and cut him as he staggers. He reacts quickly, ducking. You knock chips from his shield. The troll begins wailing and shouting. Is he gonna, like, full strength attack? Maybe we should defend here. Yup. Cool, now we know what wailing and shouting means. You drop into a defensive stance. The troll tries to batter you down, but you turn his blow aside. You adjust your grip and square your shoulders. He shifts his grip on his sword. That sounds like an attack, but it can't be a full-strength attack. Let's go for, like, 7-something. Cool. He stops to brush his hair away from his eyes, and you seize the moment to strike. Turning your sword, you punch with the hilt, and as he reels, you lash out with your blade. His own half-hearted blow is knocked away. The troll staggers and falls. He narrows his eyes. Is that also an attack? That feels like it could also be an attack. Apparently it's a defense. Okay. You batter at his blade. You thrust, making swift progress across the dirt towards him. He grunts as he brings up his sword. The troll stamps back. That could be defensive or that could be setting up for a charge. I'm going to defend just in case. Ah. Stamps back is a small attack. Alright. Yelling and cursing at you seems a lot like wailing and shouting. So I think we just full defend here. You drop back as the troll makes a light attack. You knock it away. He watches his eyes carefully for his next move. He starts yelling and cursing at you. Yep. More than I could have met. You keep your guard up as the troll comes at you wildly. You rebuff it. He steps away quickly. Alright, so that feels like it's either a small attack or defense. Apparently a slightly bigger attack than I expected. Then he catches you off guard. You try a fast attack, keeping yourself as much covered as you can while still cutting forwards, but the troll stabs faster than you. The impact is enough to send you reeling. He shifts from you fast. What do I think that is? Something else that we should do, like, enough attack to not hit? To not get hit by? Shifts from you fast. That's like running, like, this is probably defensive, right? Small attack. Okay, just like before. You spy an opening and go on the attack. You cut him as he tries to turn. He thinks better of his own attack and defense instead. The troll shifts his clutch on his mean sword. There was a thing where, like, shifts his grip on his sword over here, and that was an attack. That was like a small attack. So maybe we want to do like a 3.1 again? Oh, apparently that's not enough. Oops. The troll is fighting for his life and fighting hard. You stab quickly, then snatch your sword back close to cover your body. But he stabs out violently and beats you back. You fall back against the ruined tower wall. He moves out of reach. Moves out of reach's defense? Nope. I was wrong. His shield twitches, is that defense? The troll keeps on hammering you. You try a quick jab, covering yourself. And his own attack is feeble, but stinging in its speed. You can feel blood trickling down your legs and into your shoes. Yikes. Shield twitches. Good. Alright, we've got that tell. You seize the moment to strike. You cut him as he stumbles over his feet. He reacts quickly, ducking. The troll is stumbling, his wiry old muscles leaking green blood. The troll shifts his hold on his sword. So this has been like a 1.1 and a 3 point something. So let's go to 4. Apparently 4 is still not enough to deal with his mediocre attacks. Then he catches you off guard as you slice your blade around in a wide arc, leaving yourself open. But the troll fights wildly, like a caged beast. You find yourself weak and staggering. He begins yelling and gnashing his teeth. Yah! Oh, it's not going to be enough. Full defend. Apparently it would have been enough. You shift into a crouch. The troll tries to cut you in two. You parry smartly. He stamps back in swift strides. What did he do the last time he did this? Steps away quickly? He did like a 3 something. So let's go with like 5. He steps away, again with a 5. You seize a moment when his guard is down and charge forward. You swipe him with your blade. He tries to cut you, but you have all the momentum of the fight. Blood leaks down the troll's legs. You are easily the better swordsman. You lash out with your blade. You cut across his stumpy blade. You knock him back. The troll looks down at the ground. What does that mean? Okay. You drop back. The troll circles around you, his shield high. His shield rises. Okay. Yeah, good. You seize the moment to strike. You cut him as he staggers. He grunts as he brings up his sword. The troll stamps at the ground and curses in an unknown tongue. The troll scuffs at the ground with his sword. That's probably an attack of some kind. I was wrong. Wailing and panting for breath sounds like a full attack, which means we should defend it. Yep. shifts his grip. That's enough. Yep, we can hit him. Oh, well, that was miserable. Try again. Starting off with a defense. His shield comes up. That's also a defense. Yelling and shouting. So we need 11.1. Wailing and cursing at you. Okay, we're just going to defend this time because I think he's going to do another big one. But I guess he can't go that big, right? The biggest he's gone that hasn't been full, like, one... No, that sounds like a big attack. And if the most I can get is 7.3, I don't think I could actually beat what he does. Okay. He stamps back as a small attack. So we can do like a 4 and beat that. He narrows his eyes. That was defense last time. Yep. Shield twitches his defense. Yelling and gnashing his teeth. We can beat whatever he's doing here, so let's do that. Nice. Looks down at the ground was also defense. Yelling and panting for breath. I think this is just enough. Yep. Good. You get to your feet and gather your wits. The troll is quite dead. Alright, what loot do we get? You quickly search the troll's body, finding nothing but a charm around his neck. A goblin's tooth, strung onto a string. Absolutely take the tooth. You tug the tooth away, snapping the string. The path continues in both directions, and the tower is open to you. The tower. You step between the fallen blocks of the ruined tower. It stinks. You pause and look around the broken, shattered room. This was a fine building once. There are hints of carvings and decorations on the stonework, even though all of it is now tumbled away, and the tower is open to the elements. Niches? I still don't know. Set into the walls, once held idols and statues, and a curving spiraled staircase once climbed upwards, but is now broken halfway. You wind your way up the stairs to about halfway up the tower's height. The stairs end a few paces further on. They've been sheared off by the same force that removed the entire roof of the tower. You step carefully to the broken edge of the stairs. 2 more steps, taking each one at a time in case the stone should give way under your weight. After 3 steps, you stop. The broken edge of the stairs is now 1 step away. Why do I have this option? You take another step, and then another, still climbing. Looking back, the stairs behind you seem quite intact. Looking in front, they are once again only a couple before they fall to ruin. Yet with every step you make, it seems more steps appear. Oh, like in, the Phantom Toll Booth. Well, I'm always one to trust magically appearing staircases. You pace step by step up the tower, spiraling round and around until finally you reach a trapdoor in the non-existence roof. You push the trapdoor open and step out onto the roof of the tower. The tower has a roof? The tower does have a roof. The wind whistles past your head, ruffling your hair. You're standing high above the pass, atop a tower that was not here when you passed through the path below. A brass beacon of the kind you've seen before stands here. There is a faintest shimmer of magic in the air here. At first glance, the beacon seems quite intact, but there is no light shining from it now. You step away from the trapdoor and walk out across the roof. You move over to the eye of the beacon. A shimmering blue crystal is set at the end of it. You reach in to touch the crystal, wondering if you can activate the beacon. But though you touch it, nothing happens beyond a sense of healing wellness that floods your veins. The beacon seems unchanged as you step back. You try to turn the heavy beacon, but unlike the towers in the backlands, this one appears firmly fixed, its eye pointing out towards Mompang in its central tower. You step away from the beacon. You hear a quiet cough from somewhere behind you. Really? Really? You head over to the edge of the tower, just by the end of the large brass lantern. You look out across the land towards a deep crater in the earth that is split like a bleeding sore by a black hissing vent in the ground. No doubt this hellhole was the quarry used to build the citadel that lies beyond. Oh, no. Wait a minute. What just happened? I wanted to keep looking at things. You step back from the edge of the tower, just then a robed figure steps out from a shadowy spot behind the lantern. I'm gonna rewind anyway, because I want to keep looking at things. Look out across the land, yes. But next I want to look at the beacon, not make a move. Looking back at the lantern, you're surprised to see that there is indeed a very faint light spilling from its end. It seems its beam is active, but it has been focused into an extremely narrow beam that reaches across empty space towards the citadel. This feels like a big deal. Mompeng itself dominates the skyline, enough to chill the hardest of hearts. At its top is a tower with a single high window. The Archmage's turret room. Alright. Robed figure, let's go. You approach the figure boldly. Greetings, it declares. And what are you doing here? Greetings, the figure nods. You seem remarkably intact, it observes. Intact? Indeed. It is most curious, since the lower floors of this tower are home to more than one mind snake, and I would not expect any traveler to simply walk in. The lower floor is a ruin. The creature cocks its head, hooded head, and considers that with some interest. Remarkable, it breathes. I sense the truth in your words, though I cannot understand them. Perhaps I should summon a snake up here to test your assertions. Are you not afraid of them yourself? I am terribly afraid of them, obviously. The creature strokes its sharp chin. All in all, this situation is most unexpected. Let me ask you a few questions. Indeed? The creature returns in some surprise. I have seen beacons like this before, you tell the creature. This is the last of the great beacons built across the backlands, the creature guarding the tower declares. They are lenses, and like all lenses, they collect, focus, and deliver. Only they do not focus and deliver light. There is something strange about the creature's speech, as though the conversation was happening out of its proper order. They focus time. Indeed, that is correct. You're funneling time to Mompeng, you reply. For what purpose? For my master, the Archmage. He lifts a hand to his forehead reverentially. He desires immortality. It cannot be achieved, but extreme longevity is a close second. Why do you serve him? It is right that I should serve someone, the watching creature replies, as you do. The creature nods to you. I must resume my calculations, he declares. You nod in return. If you survived your journey up my tower, no doubt you will survive the journey down. You go back to the beacon. The creature watches you with some suspicion. You peer along the length of the light beam as it heads toward Mompeng in the central tower. Is this beacon the source of the Archmage's very vitality? Can I turn off the beacon? Will he let me? You look for some way to deactivate the beacon. Who knows what damage it might do to the Archmage's plans? But you can find nothing, and the lantern is too large to destroy. But smash the beacon is still an option? Very curious here. Do I want to smash the beacon? I guess I have to fight this guy if I'm going to smash the beacon. But let's try it. If this is a vulnerability of the evil wizard, you must exploit it. You raise a sword to smash the blue gem. The creature leaps forward to stop you, but is not fast enough. Your sword smashes through the glass. A moment later, the beam flickers, and the floor beneath you disappears with it, and you fall painfully to the broken earth below. Yep, we can't be in the past anymore, because the thing that's making the past into the present is no longer there. You're back in the ruined tower. The wind howls through the broken structure above. You search around the ruins and come across something black under a stone. It's a folded cloth. Tell me more. You pull it free. The cloth is thick and heavy and has been neatly folded into a square. There's something bulky inside which you can feel through the cloth, but whatever it is, it's not heavy. Is it a mind snake? You unwrap the cloth. In the center of it is a short length of knotted rope. You open the black cloth out fully. It has 2 loose sleeves and a heavy hood. After a moment, you realize what it is. It's the habit of a monk, and the knotted rope is a belt. It seems in one piece and free of moth holes. You could try it. Sure? I like trying things on. Is this a trap? This is a weird trap. You gather up the monk's concealing habit and quickly pull it on. Whoa. You will now pass as a monk. Lucky. Climb the stairs? You climb up the stairs again, but this time nothing changes. You reach the top where the stone falls away and have no choice but to go back down. You step away from the ruin once more. Well, okay then. You're back outside the tower. You can smell the troll's corpse even from this distance. The path continues in both directions. Well, we're heading on towards the, the place. The guy. Mompang. Archmage. You climb up onto the cliff path. Cliff path. Thin heat beats down from an empty sky. I hate words. Never talk to me about words. The path splits here, snaking around the edge of a mountain, while a branch works its way downwards through the stone tower. Which way now? Well, up we go. The trail winds through the mountain. You follow it until a slight sight ahead makes you stop. Higher up the rocky cliffs perches a strange structure made of twigs, branches, and moss. That's a birdman nest, right? Investigate. The nest is perched on a ledge, and you realize it is much larger than you first thought. If you were to climb the rock face up to it, you could easily fit inside. Can I climb the rock face up to it? Sure. As long as it's here on the way, we might as well check it out. You climb up, careful to hold onto your belongings as you scale the rock face. You scramble up the rocks and hoist yourself onto the ledge, just outside the enormous nest. The nest is an intricate construction of twigs and branches, built into a natural cleft in the peak. The wind whips past a short distance away. Everything it can grasp has already been taken. On one side is a dark hole in the straw that might be large enough for you to crawl through. Interesting. Yeah, okay, we can go inside. You crawl through the hole, into the heart of the nest. Are there birdmen in here? Do I have to kill them? The inside of the nest is a curious bell-shaped chamber, open to the sky. The walls are of woven straw, matted with feathers and scraps of fur. Are they coming? You look up through the narrow opening to the sky above, but see nothing. If the nest's occupants are going to return, they have not returned yet. You can search the nest. You poke around the nest, eventually coming across a rope ladder packed roughly into one of the walls. But as you weigh your find in your hands, you hear a shriek from behind you. Ouch! You swing round just in time for 2 pairs of talons to scrape down your chest. The nest's occupant has returned. But this is no bird. It is a birdman. The birdman's wings are outstretched, clawed hands already up and ready to tear at your body. The vicious talons drip with your blood. You have only moments to react. Well, okay. In what way can I react? Oh, I can't kin because I don't have the mirror anymore. That's annoying. But I can make illusions. Is that helpful? Sob. Whoa! I have Snatacat teeth! This will make a Snatacat! I was right! Cool! As you complete the spell, there is a popping and hissing from your pack. You pull it open to see that one of your Snatacat teeth is glowing. A moment later, it shot up into the air and exploded. A long-clawed Snatacat leaps down onto the ground. The birdman shrieks in anger and batters its wings at the Snatacat. In response, the cat closes its heavy eyes and disappears from sight. You sit back and watch as the birdman scratches its claws at the empty air. It snaps this way and that, but cannot find anything. And then, in a single blow of a massive paw, the Snatacat reveals itself and breaks the birdman's skull open. A moment passes, and all is quiet once more. Go Snatacat! Yeah! Alright, well, Sob is a real spell and summons Snatacat. S-O-B? Reagent Snatacat Tooth. 0 stamina. Summon a Snatacat. Very snatta. Much cat. You look around the chamber with interest. It is all wrong. It is as though the birdmen are not sure exactly how a proper nest should be made. This place is a weird hybrid, part nest and part straw hut. You crawl back out of the nest. Do I? I guess I do. You emerge into the fresh air and biting wind on the edge of the cliff. The sun begins to dip, heading towards the horizon. You begin a long, cautious climb back down to the path below. You clamber slowly and carefully back down to the path. The path is turned roughly northwards here, as it cuts through a pass between peaks on either side. So I think the plan, in general, is to cut a bloody swath all the way to the Archmage's fortress, so that the Archmage will not know that we have arrived. Nobody will inform the Archmage of our presence. However, I guess the Archmage might know if the Archmage is keeping at all any tabs on their servants. But servants of the Archmage, I think, can just all die. That seems reasonable. That's a fair point, Spiffers. I don't know. I don't know that much about the game. Or pretend to be a monk. Yep, that's true. You head down a slight incline. Mompang looms into view once more. It's as though these mountain passes have been carved to ensure no one approaching could forget the Citadel's looming presence. Looking at the path ahead, you see the ground appear to buckle where a sharp rock rim rises out of the ground. Before you lies a deep crater, as though an entire mountain peak had been scooped away. You'll have to find a way across. The wind picks up as the evening draws on. It will be dark soon. Into the crater. You scramble awkwardly up the rim of the crater, hampered by the hem of your robe. Then you skid and slide several feet down the rough slope, finally landing on what appears to be a path. You are uninjured, but there is no way back up. A path leads down into the crater here. Another trail leads north to south around the rim. The path down into the crater is wider and more beaten down than you might have expected. This is not the main road to Mompang, but this trail must still see some use. There is no time to waste. So we could go into the crater, which has a path that goes up, or we could go around to either edge of the crater. This edge is occupied. There's a building over here. But this edge is not. There's no buildings here. There's like this green in here. It's kind of like not lush, but at least like living, as opposed to the outer edges of here where it's all just dust and rock. We should probably chance one of these buildings. Seems like having a place to sleep seems like a good idea. No real sense of whether either of them are going to be even remotely friendly. I'm assuming everything here is unfriendly. But maybe because I'm dressed as a monk, things will go okay. I guess if we check out one of the buildings and it turns out a disaster, we can always go the other direction, right? We can always rewind. So let's try into the crater first. The sun lowers towards the horizon. Soon it will be dark once more. You follow the trail until it becomes lost under thick scrub. I think we'll follow the trail, rather than trying to walk through the thick scrub. You follow the trail. A thin plume of smoke rises to the east. From what you can make out, the smoke seems to be rising steadily but thinly. It's more like mist than smoke from a bonfire. You slip onwards through the crater. Oh, really? The smoke is a separate thing from the building. You break from the trail and head across the loose dirt towards the rising smoke. The air begins to get warm. Sweat trickles down your back as you get closer to what appears to be a crack deep in the earth. You make your way carefully to the fisssure's edge. It's almost pleasantly warm here, with soft moss underneath your feet. Superheated steam bursts up every few minutes with a hiss. There's something else on the air, too. The sounds of the wind, surely. Not voices. Straining to listen, you make out distinct voices coming from deep inside the vent. It's like standing on a balcony above a room full of whispering people, all crowding for attention at the edge of your hearing. But how can anyone survive down there? The vent is a jagged crack in the earth. The black stone is deeply cut. Strange shapes flicker within the rising jets of steam, seemingly murmuring. The voices mutter and curse. Maybe let's just get the heck out of here. The air cools as you move away from the vent. I think the low building might be a decent place to sleep. Let's find out. You make your way around to the front of the low building. Clouds rumble as they roll across the dimming sky. The wind washes through the upper story, and gripweed and yellow bright spark peer out from the shattered windows. The building was perhaps once an inn, perhaps a trading post, perhaps a place for guides to welcome newcomers to the great fortress beyond. Now it has crumbled to half its state. You pluck a sprig of bright spark. It has bright yellow flowers, but is completely useless, as most wild plants are. So you quickly toss it aside to wither. What, really? Why? What? Well, okay. You put a hand on the frame as you step through the listing doorway. You enter the crumbling building. It's missing its roof, so you are exposed to the sky. With great care, you search the rest of the room, but find nothing of interest. The building is quite empty, but carved on one wall is what appears to be a scratched message. Read the message. You read over the message. Third spee something spell that the throbbing doors is spell of invisibility. So is this another, like, set of key spells, except this time it's actually spells? Interesting. I'm taking a screenshot of this. And once again, by screenshot, I mean picture. Because the two are interchangeable. You can eat something, I guess. Eat one of your smoked fish, but seem to feel no better. Oh. There's nothing more here to find. You slip outside of the aged building and back into the light. I got a clue. Oh, I got a lot of clues. Blood candle, yep. Do not eat from the larder of Throg, yep. Beware the breath of the mucolytics. Pay respect to Nagamante, the torture master. The sleepless ram is a deadly statue in the fortress of Mompang, but it can be sung to sleep. Mini-mites prevent magic. Oh, that's important? Oh, no. Mini-mites prevent magic, you guys. Third spay, probably spell. That's something. The throbbing doors is spell of invis. Probably. You step back out onto the trail and look around once more. Suddenly, you hear the stamping of boots across the gravel. A troop of guards is approaching from the east. I'll hide. You waste no time and dive off the path into the scrub, hurrying away through the bushes until you're out of sight. Oh, I'm in the scrub. Crap. You stumble through the thick scrub. You hear the guard patrol stamping away in the distance. The sun is almost set, and the sky has turned a deep purple. It will be night soon. A short distance ahead, you spy a large black bundle hanging from a tree. Look at it. Don't. The bundle is long, at least 6 feet tall and jet black. It sways slightly as it dangles from the branch. Did somebody get hanged? As you get closer, you notice a chain running from the bundle to a stake in the ground. You also notice the bundle is somewhat hairy. Bundle. Huh? Oh. Okay. Looking closer, you spot a large pink mouth with a long snout. It's a giant bat, much larger than those in the Shamutanti Hills. Well, Thankfully, it's still asleep, hanging upside down with its wings folded around. The creature snores deeply. You follow the chain with your eyes from the ground to the bat's leg. It has enough length to let the bat fly to the tree, but not much further. Who would trap a giant bat in the middle of a crater? Can I yap? Can we yap with the animals? I cannot yap. But I can float. Do I want to float? What is the deal with this bat? I want to talk to it. What are my other options for spells here? We can find out if the bat is sus. We can make light. And we can cast Force Field. So the usual set of spells. We can huff and we can howl. Yep, this is a very frequent arrangement of the stars. Sure, let's put some sus on this bat. Looking to the stars, you craft the magic. A quiet voice enters your mind. The bat has a loud wail, the voice warns you. Loud enough to be heard in the citadel. Its message delivered, the spell fades. Well, that's good reason to not hang out. The chained bat has not yet stirred. Perhaps you can slip past unnoticed. You back away from the bat through the long scrub grass before it has a chance to see you. You head back through the scrub towards the crater rim. Night has fallen. You should find somewhere safe to sleep if you keep going through the night, you'll be weaker for it. Time to keep moving. You follow the path, skirting the crater's lip. On either side of the path are low stone foundations, half buried in the gray dust that fill this crater. The sun disappears. You look over the old stones, the remains of buildings, most likely, which have been leveled or cannibalized, or otherwise reduced to rubble. It's impossible to tell what kind of buildings they were from what is left. The ruins are more extensive than those of Tinpang. The path forks here. Do I think I could, sleep in the building? I might be able to sleep in the building. Should probably sleep somewhere. You follow the trail, returning to the low stone building. You step through the doorway once more. You could sleep here. The trembling sickness. What? What? How? But it didn't cure the sickness. How do I cure the sickness? Okay, well that explains why eating the food didn't do much for me. You seem to have got fleas, probably from the monk's habit. Damn it. Okay. You lie back and try to forget your troubles. You feel quite safe here, and you do not dream. Yeah, I could probably dock myself. You ate one provision, ascended into the peaks of the Zanzunus, descended into the Argbad crater, disguised yourself as a monk, and contracted the trembling plague. You wake well slept, if lightly covered with the dust that blows across the crater. You get to your feet. We're not going to eat something. I still have the itis. Eating won't help. You step back onto the trail and look around once more. Paths lead in several directions. I guess up and out of the crater? The early morning sun makes the air glow. The trail passes a deep crack in the rock, which extends southward, growing deeper and wider. There's no way across the fissure, but the path leads in either direction past it. I'm not trying to cross the fissure. I'm trying to get to the fortress. You make your way up the curved, dusty rim of the crater. An open pass leads forwards and up. The skyline is suddenly dominated by the looming specter of Mom Pang. That keeps happening. So what's up with the my gorilla? Nothing so far. Okay, yeah, let's look at a thing rather than not looking at a thing. Spellbound by its presence, your eyes follow the lines of the citadel's walls. Gnarled spires twist upwards towards the sky, as if in agonized prayers to the heavens. Sharp angles and jagged points protrude everywhere. Demonic gargoyles line the outside walls. You try to look away, but you cannot. It's as though the towers have gripped your eyes. The sight would be enough to break the courage of any brave soldier, and its effect on you is much the same. You feel a knot of fear bury itself in your stomach where you can't shake it. Despite shivering at the sight of the citadel, you feel yourself compelled to step forwards. Was looking at the citadel a mistake? Was there a spell on the citadel? You clamber up the far slope of the crater until you're on the main road once more. The air stirs a little, still cold, but fresh at least. There are most likely guards stationed with a view over the pass. This is the only route into the citadel and is certain to be guarded. Then, suddenly, you feel a wave of nausea. The ground beneath you shifts. The sun slides sideways. Can I cast a spell? You open your arms to cast a spell when you fall. The world rushes past you, further than it should. You hear a woman's voice singing gently above the sound of lapping waves. What magic is this? Oh! It's you again! Waves lull and wash towards the shore. You lie on a bed of stones, looking up at the bright sunlight. Is this what's-her-face? The Fate? Clotho? Lachesis? Whichever fate it is? This is not Hyzamen. A feeling of dread creeps over you. What kind of trap is this? How far have you traveled? You pick yourself to your feet, woozy as though you had been asleep for a long time. Greetings, murmurs a voice, warm and welcoming. We have traveled a long way together, you and I. Who are you? You call, turning your head but seeing nothing beyond the washing sea. You do not remember me, she replies with a gentle laugh. Perhaps at least you know where we are. The sea washes at your boots, as though inviting you to step forwards. Okay. The gentle wind tugs at your coat, and as you follow it, you realize where you are. You are once more standing on the shore of the Kakhabad Sea, barely a half-day's walk from Antelope. I don't want to go in the cave. I want to talk to the woman. You crunch towards the shore. In the glinting water, a boat slowly rocks to and fro, and in the boat sits a woman with a loom. What should I call you? I have many names, she replies, but one will do, so call me Libra. I am the goddess of justice. We have walked together for a long time, you and I. You kept your presence hidden, you reply. The woman is clearly a goddess. She nods. There are many times the warp serves only to support the weft, she answers. You're a goddess of justice, like goddess of weaving. Maybe both. Maybe weaving is justice. No, that would be silly. Walk with my spirit guide? Do I walk with my spirit guide? I don't immediately walk with my spirit guide. But sure, let's remain loyal to the gorilla. I walk with my spirit guide, you tell her. The gorilla walks nearby as you speak. I am goddess of justice, or goddess of the long peace. You are my ambassador, and I follow you. And you must bring peace to the land. Well, okay. I'm not going to be too, egotistical here. She clearly has a lot of power. Maybe I should just find out what she's up to here. What would you have me do? You reply. Waves wash up and down like long breaths before the goddess answers. I bring you here to deliver a warning. Our long road together has almost reached its end. Her voice is filled with sadness. I have kept you safe many times, saved you, but I can do no more. I'll let her talk. I know you do not understand, she continues, but you will soon enough. When you enter Mompang, you will understand. The walls around that citadel are more than those of physical stone. It's a cursed place, guarded by sigils and long knives. You mean you cannot enter? You are right. But perhaps you do not understand the cost, Annalander. For as long as you've walked, I've walked beside you. I have granted you waking dreams. Dreams of your future. Dreams from which you wake to walk a different way. Is the ability to rewind because she exists? Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking, Icarus, is that the rewind game mechanic is going to disappear when we enter Mompang. Then there is only the one path. Fascinating. You can keep talking. You listen intently, puzzled. Waking dreams, the goddess continues, the kind that seem real, until they disappear as though they have never been. She shoots the shuttle across her loom once more. But no more. Once inside the walls of Mompang, your future will become precious once again. The word strikes a knell of fear in your heart. Yeah, this is pretty weird. Precious. Unique. For a moment she bows her head. I can only hope you will be fortunate. My future is my own. Yes, the woman replies. Reaching up, she tugs a golden hair from her head and holds it out to you. You will know when to use this, I think. Well, thank you. You nod a thank you. A large wave strikes the shore, and as it drains, the boat tilts and begins to drift away. The woman makes no move to stop it, merely continuing to weave. Wait, you call. How can I leave this place? But your words are lost on the water. She's gone. Hello, Senna. Yes, that is a consistent mood. Everyone always has to make their storyline more grandiose over time. I mean, I guess. Apparently, we've been watched over by the goddess of justice? Or something. But your words are lost on the water. She's gone. The thought of the long journey back to Mompang begins to sink into your mind. Into the cave. Oh, there was a thing in the cave that we couldn't read before. Wow, everybody's making the exact same joke. Everybody's talking about, like, parting is such sweet sorrow, and the final countdown. Everybody has the same mood. That's fascinating. You step away from the water towards the mouth of a dim cave. Inside, the stone drips salty tears. These tunnels must be flooded at high tide. Very creative, but similarly creative. As you push deeper... No, hang on. Rewind cave. Look around the cave. I think it was here there was like a thing to look at... No? Maybe not here. Okay. Europe is all-encompassing. Yeah, alright. You feel attacked. Why? Do you not want to be clever? The cave walls are jagged and irregular, formed by lashing waves and the shifting rocks of 1,000 years. Here and there, crystal seams wink from deep within the frozen stone folds. You push deeper into the cave, climbing over fallen stones, following the line of the deepest darkness up into the towering cliffside. Somewhere overhead are the low hills around Kantapani, and a short distance from that is your home. You climb higher still, upwards into the rock, when something in the darkness begins to roar and moan. You are not alone in the darkness. Excuse me? You open your arms to cast a spell as a great wind begins to rush through the tunnel, gathering in strength and force as it tries to push you back. Your arms are pushed apart, and their power unbinds before it can form. As you begin to fall, the stars reach down to catch you. I see. Given a warning, you are back on the edge of the pass. Was that real? But you still hold a golden hair in your hand. You shake the vision away and look around yourself once more. Looking at the pass ahead, it would be best to try and cross under the cover of darkness. You settle down to wait. The sun disappears behind the tall mountains, and a few stars appear between the peaks. You get to your feet once more. Night has settled around you. You creep forwards into the narrow rock pass. This is the only corridor to Mompang. There is no other way. 34 years old. Wow. Final Countdown has been around for a while. You make your way slowly forward as the narrow walls close in on either side. Night is gathering all around you. You still your breath, not still, and listen for any movement, but hear only the wind whistling through the pass. In the darkness, you can make out little but the slight curve of the road, and the mountain slopes that cut out the sky on either side. Climb the rocks, and we'll just go. The pass lies open. There are no obvious traps, and no ways around. The only way is forwards. You move cautiously along the shadowy pass. It is barely wide enough for 2 horses to ride abreast, but the walls on either side loom high and threatening. Starlight pools around you. There's magic here. Really? Not Doc, but we can suss. Nap. Cause sleepiness. Or nip, cause speed, cause stench. We can telepathize? Are there voices around me? Always telepathy. You bind the starlight into shape around you, pulling on the cloth skullcap as you do so. Thoughts drift towards you from somewhere close at hand. Such a dull assignment. Someone rough and violent thinks, staring down at this little path. I haven't shot my bow for weeks. Guards! They're above you, staring down into the pass on the cliff tops. A small fire crackles behind them, but the light does not reach the bottom of the pass. Sneak forward? Well, head back isn't going to get me anywhere. I guess we sneak forward. You crouch in the heavy nighttime shadows and sneak along. A lone guard stands above you, but does not see you. The black of your robe keeps you invisible against the dirt. You leave the guards behind as you reach the end of the pass. Nice. You follow the path between sharp peaks. The moon is high. And then, the pass opens and provides you with your first clear view of the Citadel's gate. After 30 days of walking in hardship, you have arrived. Yeah, it has been a while, hasn't it? Mompang! City of Delight! The streets are paved with gold! Anything is possible in the grand city of Mompang! The dread citadel seems to be at peace. There are no patrols of birdmen, no marching guards on the walls. They are not expecting your arrival in the least. It seems you have covered your approach flawlessly. Ha-ha! I was good at something. Stars turn in the empty air above you. Let's make a move. The gates are sealed for the night, but perhaps you can find a way to sneak inside. Perhaps through this hole in the wall? This hole in the wall? Some hole in the wall, for sure. Oh, there's a little door here also. Let's go to the side path. I like side paths. You follow the path past the main gate and around the curving stone wall of the fortress. The moon moves slowly across the dark sky. The path opens out here into a wide plateau, directly beneath a guard turret. Under cover of darkness, you should be able to make your way without being noticed. I hope so. You follow the path further along the curve of the mountainside. Far below, a river rushes at the foot of the deep chasm that opens 2 steps to your left. I do have a spell for friend. I can become as God. Let's look at the stuff. Look at the wall. The wall of the fortress is built from blocks of stone of a size you haven't seen since the ruined steps down into the backlands. They must have been carried and laid by enchantments. No creature could have assembled them on the edge of this precipice, with such a narrow space to work. At the end of this path, a side gate is set into the wall. Side gate? No main entrance, but still impressively large. Okay, climbing holds? You turn your attention back from the gate and scan over the wall for handholds, but with each block so large, there's not enough crevices to climb. And the wall is high as well, tall enough to keep out the prying eyes of a giant. You look down into the chasm. Stone-black water rushes far beneath. tearing through the underground chasms that skewer the mountain's roots like the rot in an old man's gums. Boy, that's poetic. The path follows the chasm edge. Let's check out this side gate, shall we? You move towards the door. The side gate is much smaller than the main gate, and is probably used for patrols. The moon sets. More stars appear. Can we cast a spell? Let's look at the door first. You approach the door, sizing it up. It seems solid enough. You'd not be able to smash it open, even if you could do so silently. And there does not seem to be a lock. It must be barred on the other side. There is a stone overhang over the doorway. You could perch there, but it wouldn't be high enough to climb over the wall. I like spells. Let's cast a spell. You open your arms to cast a spell, but seem to find no starlight above you. There must be some kind of magical defense in place. Really? Can't say I like that. You pull yourself up onto the ledge above the door. It's only wide enough to support you, and will take some balance to stay up. I see. Okay, well. Kind of like the idea of waiting until someone opens the door, and then just fighting my way in while it's open. You wait. Nothing happens. Oh, okay. Climb higher? That's not going to work. Yeah, I didn't think so. You look up the wall for handholds to climb to the top, but the stonework is unnaturally smooth. This is as high as you'll be able to go. Well, if I can't just wait for the door to open, let's harass people. You swing the flat of your assassin's sword downwards, and there is a resounding thump. From behind the door, you hear some muttering and cursing as footsteps approach. You hear the bar being lifted. We even have a picture for this. This is very intentional. You stay silent as the door opens and a black elf in patchwork armor peeks her head out. Seeing no one, she steps through the doorway, looking behind bushes and around the corner. You drop silently, the guards still searching behind the bushes. Like a shadow, you slip into the doorway. You bolt the door behind you, breathing a sigh of relief. You've made it inside Mompang! Except there are 2 surprised guards standing a few feet away from you. Oh, well then, I see she had backup. Unfortunate. There is no time for anything but your sword. Well, sword it is. The 3 of you all stare at each other in shock for a moment, then spring into action. You suffer a deep cut in your shoulder as the first guard lands a lucky blow, but you skewer him for his trouble. 1 guard is left standing. Well, this is better than anything the guard can do, but I don't know what the guard's going to do with no tell. Starts off with defense. Not too surprising. Giving a snarl, the black elf guard thrusts his sword and charges, determined to cut you to ribbons. You go for a swift lunge towards his throat. He keeps his sword close, in time to block your blow. He looks fine. Cautious but angry, he changes his grip. That's probably like a medium attack? Do like a medium attack. Cool. You prepare a new attack. Charging forward, you aim a straight lunge towards his heart, as the black elf guard stabs at your stomach. He curses from the pain. He waits for you to move. That sounds like defense. I'm gonna believe that's defense. I was wrong. We're retrying this. You attempt an attack. The black elf guard quickly backs off, cutting you while he does. Your own petty chop does not hit. The blow catches you in the side, and you, almost dropping your sword... And I what? I what almost dropping my sword? I guess I don't. He lifts his weapon against his chest. Is that defense? That's probably defense. I was right, it's defense. Stealing your courage, you move in, hoping to skewer the black elf guard on your blade, chasing him with a passing cut, keeping him off balance. He pushes your blow heavily away, spelling his training. He is left breathless, but otherwise hale. He waits for you to move. Well, he's done that before, and he came out with like a 1.8 or something last time, so let's try at least 3. You lunge forwards again. Grabbing a handful of dust, you throw it at his eyes. Pocket sand! The black elf guard ducks clumsily. The guard stumbles. He's weakening. He pauses. What does pausing mean? Yup. Same as before. You preserve the pace, chasing the brute with a clever cut. The Black Elf guard leaps away as best as he can. The guard's eyes are bloodshot and panicked. That feels less like a tell and more like a current state of being. So let's just make sure that we can beat him here. Yep, good. 2 stamina lost? From 1 mistake? It's pretty good, actually. It's good results. I'll keep that, sure. You sheath your assassin's sword, steadying your breath. The door rattles as the guard locked outside complains to be let in. You dash for the doorway, then gasp with relief. You are inside. Well, that worked. This is a small side yard, with further walls between it and the bulk of Mompang, but it is still inside the citadel. The shadow of Mompang falls over you like a cloak. It is as though the sun itself has dimmed, and you feel suddenly more cold and alone than before. I see. You have entered the citadel of Mompang. Here no decision can be rewound. Yup. Okay. Alright, that's fine. That's fine. Noted. Wow, it doesn't even let me open the thing. That's kind of cool, actually. I guess we're moving forward. The stars turn in the sky overhead. This is nothing but a small enclosure between the barracks and a small outer gate. It's most likely used for training exercises and the like. A small fire crackles in a central brazier, and a few guards sit around it. I don't think I go over to the fire. I don't think I want to draw attention to myself like that. Oh, well, if they're just nodding to me, I can nod back at them. The side entrance was perhaps designed for the servants in lower classes who once served the sorcerers of the citadel. It has clearly long since fallen into heavy disuse. You can always rewind to outside Mompang. Yeah, that's about what I expected. A stack of crates rots in one corner, leaning over a heavy inner door that has perhaps not been opened in hundreds of years. Another door in the wall to the southeast seems more commonly used. The guard by the fire talks in low voices. A few guards nod in your direction, and you make a pious gesture in reply. Stealing your nerve, you go over to the fire pit where the guards are sitting and take a place on the ground. One looks at you with keen eyes. Who are you, stranger? A simple monk. We always have time for men of the cloth, one of the guards replies. The others move aside to make a space for you by the fire. After all, your experiences so far, it is a strange moment, but not an unwelcome one. You look around the guards, trying to catch one's eye. One smiles thinly. You're guards, then? We're not merchants, the guard replies with a laugh. You like the merchants? Not so much. Merchants are the worst kinds of cowards, another agrees. The others nod. You get the impression this is a common line of conversation. You all seem very relaxed, you observe. Walls to the outside, walls to the inside, and birdmen in the skies, the guard nearest you replies. Sometimes I don't know why we bother guarding this patch at all. Another guard shudders. You don't know what's out there, don't you? It's a wasteland. I really don't want to bring attention to myself here. You fall quiet, and conversation turns to the state of the barrack. State of the barrack latrines. The fire in the brazier gutters. Brazier? Brazier. We've been through this before. The fire in the brazier gutters. One of the guards goes over to the stack of crates, breaks off some wood, and brings it back to fling on the flames. You lie back, curling up by the heat of the fire, and fall asleep to the gentle murmur of the guard's conversation. It's a calm, rare moment of companionship. You've eaten nothing today. You're feeling strong enough for now, but the trembling sickness is only growing worse within you. I'm not going to eat. There's no point. You get comfortable and rest. You wake in the night to see a black shadow slipping into the gloom beside you. Who's there? Oh. The voice that replies is somewhere between a growl and a purr. Surely you know my footfall by now, Annalander. The shape slips down into the ground beside you. You make a space for him close by your side. It is a cold night here in the shadow of evil. The voice continues. Flanker? I near the end of my journey as you near the end of yours, Flanker replies. But Annalander, I fear the outcome. What do you fear? We have traveled a long road together. Soon we must separate. His voice is muted in the dark. I'm not afraid. I cannot know fear. Flanker replies. I am a dead man still alive. An assassin is not permitted to experience mercy. And yet, here I am. I'm glad of your company. And I of yours. The assassin is close enough for you to feel the movement as his powerful body relaxes. Can I ask you something? Anything, comes the quiet reply. Is there someone waiting for you back home? No one. I am a ghost walking, after all. After this, I may go where I wish. Wherever you're invited. Who would make a dark ghost welcome? But as Flanker speaks, he breathes softly into the dark, very much alive. Sleep together. Aw, cute. So the night passes, but you know that in the morning he will be gone. Sleep will not heal you if you have not eaten. I understand. You entered the citadel of Mompang and met Libra, the goddess of justice and the long peace. Well, we can continue. It is half light when Flanker slips away. You get to your feet. The guards have returned to their posts, and the brazier is just ashes once more. The sun breaks over the eastern wall. The brazier is now dark. The crates have been discarded over many years, with those at the bottom rotten to a putrescent pulp, while those at the top are more or less intact. Wow, do I think I could climb them, or is the bottom layer too rotted through? The door to the barracks is hanging open. Peering in, you don't see anyone around. A few guards march from the outer gate to the door out of the yard. You'll need to find a way further inwards. I guess this is the barracks. The crates piled up. Interesting. Let's check out the crates. You make your way over to the stack of crates. They form a rough tower almost as high as the inner wall, but the wood is rotting and soft to the touch. You look over the crates, but can get no sense of what they contain. You open one of the lower crates, cracking the lid just a fraction. It appears they are filled with sludge, not gold. Well, I guess we can try climbing. You regard the stack this way and that for a few minutes before settling on a first foothold. The stack shakes, but does not collapse. But you're only halfway up when a guard appears from the door in the southeast wall. "Oi!" he shouts. "What do you think you're doing? Get down from there!" Run? Question mark? I feel like the Archmage will know we're here if we run. But I don't want to talk to this guard either. That seems like a bad idea. You climb a few boxes higher. "Get down!" the guard shouts, "or I'll call for a bowman!" Really? If I can get over the wall. You scramble higher still. He wastes no time in further talk. "Archers!" he bellows. "To me!" You have mere moments. Oh. Is that what that means? Wow, this went really poorly. I thought we'd be able to get higher. I didn't associate the fact that casting a spell means letting go of my handhold. So that's bad. Run? Get shot by bowmen? Attempt a bribe. That's interesting. Let myself be captured seems very dangerous. Kind of want to rewind to outside of Mompang now. At least we're still close, right? This was way more disastrous than I expected. So what happens if I click this button now? I can rewind to outside the side gate, but not beforehand. Or not anything else. Run? That doesn't seem like it'll work. You turn to run and hear the whiz as an expert passes just clear of your shoulder, nicking your ear as it goes. Attempt a bribe? That seems dangerous also. Maybe less dangerous than letting myself be captured, though. You reach slowly into your pocket for your pouch. Perhaps we can come to some arrangement. Take him, interrupts the bowman. And once he's out, take a couple of gold pieces for your trouble. The guard strides forward, turns his pike, and knocks you into darkness with the butt of the pole. This is worth a rewind. Oh, right, we can't cast a spell here. All right, so we decided to climb up the overhang. This was fine. Now we knock on the door. Wait. Slip down. Slip into the door. And let's battle. Started off with defense, right? Good. Oh, this is kind of far. We might maybe not want to be rewinding again after this. No tell. No tell? Is no tell a defense? No tell is not a defense. No tell is a small attack. He adjusts his grip, which I believe to be an attack of some kind. Yep, I am correct. Stumbles. I don't know what that means. I'm just going to defend. Ooh. No tell. I'm gonna... No tell has been an attack previously. No tell. It's been small attacks, though. Modifies his stance. I don't know what that is. That is enough of an attack that we wouldn't have been able to block it. Alright, let's wreck him. So as before, pray? I guess we could pray here. Seems the gorilla is still with you, but more quiet now. Good luck. I think we pray. Apparently praying allows me to get my stamina back, even though I wouldn't otherwise. Look around. Go over the fire. I'm a simple monk. Kind of want to go through this, We're not merchants. I really like that line. These guys have personality, and I love it. Drink a potion. Feel a little better, and all traces of hunger are soon gone. Good. Who's there? It's Flanker. What do you fear? I'm not afraid. I am already dead, he repeats. You defeated me. Okay. Alright, trying this again. Not climbing the crates, because that goes poorly. Door to the barracks is hanging open. Peering in, you don't see anyone around. A few guards march from the outer gate to the door out of the yard. You will need to find a way further inwards. Well, I guess we try the door. You step over to the door, which is set into a low arch in the heavy stone wall that shields off inner Mompang. It looks like it's not been opened in centuries. The hinges have rusted into red metal fists. Can I dop it? If so, Yahtzee. You weave the enchantment, and the door rattles hard, but does not unlock. It seems to have been enchanted against such a simple magical approach. Perhaps the door has a counterspell built into it somehow. The door is ancient. The handle is a large iron ring set on a rusted rivet. Surely it will not simply open if you turn. Well, now we have to try, right? You reach for the handle when, at that moment, a guard emerges from the small doorway and calls to you. You there! Keep away from that! You lift your hand away. Good, the guard declares with a nod. Can do without scraping up another body from the ground. With that, he goes back inside the barrack block. Really? Time for some sus? We can sus. We can sob. Oh. This is gob. Okay. And presumably zob, which we'll never be able to cast? Hob? Is there a hob? There's hot. There's gob, there's hot, there's dop. There is sun, sus, and sob. Oh, we can zen. I just don't want to be so obvious immediately. Alright, move away from the door. You have found one new clue, have I? There is no way from the outer yards of Mompang to the inner city. It is sealed to all. Oh. You leave the shadow of the door and step into the yard once more. The air moves a little around you, still icy but fresh. The tower and inner Mompang awaits. Small door? Barracks? Why? I don't need more cats! I don't need more cats. There's no point. What is a cat gonna do for me? No unleashing a Snaticat on the guard. The guard already left by the time I cast the spell. You enter the shade of the barracks. The barracks are reasonably quiet. Most of the guards must be out on patrol. A closed door leads south. You pause to listen to the closed door to the south, and you hear a quiet sound of singing. The language you recognize. It's the common tongue of Analand. Really? Fascinating. Tell me more. You stride into the room. A horned humanoid creature stretches on a bed, looking as though he has only just woken up. He glances in your direction, opening a pair of exceptionally large eyes. They cover half of his face, but the pupils are like those of a cat. Hey, buddy. You're gonna be helpful? There is a summon Snaticat spell. So like every star OB spell, there is a spell that uses Snaticat teeth to summon a Snaticat. I have, I think, 2 teeth left. Maybe 1, maybe 3. But, yeah, I can cast SOB to summon Snaticats. Greetings. Brother, the creature remarks, nodding to you. You nod in return. He kneels before you, and with a shock you recognize what he is. A Sightmaster, one of the guards from Analand. What is he doing in Mompang? I have done terrible things, brother. You place a hand on his head and wish him luck and happiness. He nods gratefully. Thank you, brother, he murmurs. After what I did to my comrade and sergeant, I thought there was no hope for me. You freeze at the words. This is the one who betrayed the sergeant, whom you encountered at his end, out of Lake Ilklala. Oh, well, we should just kill him, I guess. Should have condemned him. But also, I don't want to be that obvious. There's nothing you can do to save the sergeant, and any revenge might risk revealing you. Without another word, you turn and leave, the traitorous Sightmaster still staring at the ground. Well, that sucks. You step out of the Sightmaster's room and close the door behind. Yup. You hurry along the corridor. A powerful smell emerges from the smaller door on one side of the corridor. On the other side is what looks like a dormitory. Really? Kitchen? You take a deep breath, and then cough violently as you place the smell. The small door is a latrine, and the smell coming from it is truly foul. Powerful smell without any indication of whether it's good or bad? That seems unlikely. But okay, thanks. You could go either way down the corridor, but lingering would be a bad move. Well, let's see if we can get into the inner city. You slip down the corridor. Murmuring voices reach your ears from somewhere close by. Really? I want to hear things. You still your breathing and listen, catching a few scraps of conversation from the door to the south. Has Varric heard about the Night Watch? The Samaritans of Shin, comes an angry retort. That is what he thinks. Damned Samaritans are scoundrels, but this is not their style. So probably discussing what I did to get inside, right? I think we can just move on. I don't want to risk getting caught. You step from the barracks into the main yard. As the sun climbs the sky, the winds begin to rise. The square is busy with traders and their porters, carting good from the gate to the high inner wall, where a rack of pulleys and ropes is in constant operation. As expected, there is no door in the wall into the city. Doors are set into the walls on either side of the yard. To the east, rich smells come from a noisy kitchen. To the west are barracks. There's a kitchen. That's what I wanted to check out before. Maybe we can get food. You watch the crews on top of the tall wall working the pulleys on top of the wall, transferring goods into the city inside. Perhaps there's a way to use them, but you cannot see one. There are scores of people working on every rope, and nowhere to hide. Most of the merchants are stopped at the gate, but a few are allowed to drive their carts all the way up to the far wall. Here, their goods are unloaded, strapped to ropes, and hoisted over the wall, presumably into the citadel proper. Gold coins are shuttled back again. It seems remarkably elaborate. You find a merchant waiting for a free rope. He nods a cautious greeting as you come to stand beside him. Brother? What are you trading? You ask. Leathers, skins, fibers, the merchant replies. It's a small enough trade, but it serves me well. Where do you bring them from? The Eastland, the merchant replies. Where else? It's not like I travel across the backlands. And he laughs heartily. Have you ever been inside Montpang? You ask, watching the curious arrangement of pulleys and ropes. Course I haven't, the merchant replies, looking at you curiously. I'm still here, aren't I? Are you new or something? Of course not! The merchant continues his puzzled stare, but says nothing else. He edges a fraction away from you. Okay, well, great. You nod to the merchant and move away across the yard. You need to find a way through, over or under the wall. Check out the kitchens. I like kitchens. Opening the door a crack, you see a riot of activity and heat. Goblins rush between fires and low tables, carrying heaps of food and pots of water. An enormous hobgoblin stands at the front of the room, shouting orders and waving a cleaver above his head. There might be some useful information to be overheard here. You ease the door open and slip in, staring at the edges of the room. The hobgoblin, who you guessed to be the head chef, is too busy to notice you. You casually walk through, disturbing no one. Hey, watch it! You look down to see a squat goblin rubbling his foot. So we could be aggressive, we could be ridiculously aggressive, or we could try to not make waves. My apologies. What good are your apologies if you've broken my foot? Demands the goblin shrilly. At the complaint, the head chef looks up. What's that commotion over there? My apologies for disrupting your kitchen. You reply. The head chef looks up to glare at you. You see the kitchen goblins pause, waiting with bated breath. Most have cleavers or knives of some kind, and you are quite considerably outnumbered. No one crawls in here without my permission, the head chef declares from his stove. So tell me fast, why shouldn't I put you in the soup? I am here to bless the food. Don't need some monk spitting in it to make the soup taste good, the chef replies hotly. What do you think I was doing before you wafted in here? Cooking, you acknowledge. Exactly. He suddenly leans in, fingering his cleaver. But now you're here, you might as well help. You're a chef now, understand? He points with a cleaver across the room to where a gobliness is chopping furiously. Go see Thilk, he says, picking up a head of lettuce. She'll get you started. With that, he turns away. Oh, I see this, I see this trapdoor here. Where does that lead? Apparently, into the city. Ooh, well, that's something. Let's not make waves. Let's go approach Filk and see what she needs. Maybe she'll send me to the pantry. You make your way around to the counter to where the hobgoblin pointed out, is trying to lift a bag of potatoes that is almost her size. She collapses under the weight, but scrambles out from under the bag when she sees you. She is gigantic for a goblin, but still a head shorter than you. Her apron is mostly stains, dirt, and a few threadbare ruffles. Pick up the sack, I guess? You pick up the sack and heft it back onto the worktop. The goblin scrambles to her feet. Filk, she announces, and you realize with a sickening feeling that she is vainly trying to tidy the thick mount of greasy hair on her head as she speaks. Do you need a hand, you ask, with the sack? She smiles weakly. And with everything else around here? She's visibly nervous. I'm to show you the kitchen and teach you the rules. What rules? She nods. First, never annoy the head chef. Second, don't drop anything. Third, don't go in the larder. The hobgoblin cook is very paranoid about that. He's convinced there are spies everywhere trying to steal his recipes. Frankly, I'm surprised he didn't skin you the moment you walked in. She blushes at some unknown thought. Oh no. I'm not here to flirt with goblins. Spies, you ask with some interest. Oh, I don't think they're real. Who would steal old Thunderbowl's recipes? He doesn't even use spices. The Archmage is just as paranoid about spies, I hear, but at least he's got a reason to worry. Filk looks at you sideways, then reaches out a tentative hand to touch yours. Oh my god? She's very aggressive. Well, not aggressive. Forward, I should say. Okay, well, let's not make waves. You stay still, and her cold, greasy goblin flesh settles on your arm. Visceral. Ugh. I'm so glad you're here, she says, suddenly talking in a rush. And we need to get this soup made. Yeah, we feed all the guards in the yards, so we're always busy. The guards in the yards? Why is that funny? You chop these vegetables and get it simmering. I need to go grab some roach pig meat. She turns to go. I'll be right back. You can start the cooking, can't you? I will need instruction. She looks down at the floor. All right. I suppose you need to know what the hobgoblin wants, but you'll learn quick enough. Helps when your life depends on it. I'll be back in a moment. You get started on the vegetables. She hurries quickly away, tripping over something as she goes. Before you is a chopping board heaped with vegetables, onions, turnips, potatoes, and a few purple orbs you don't recognize. You will need a knife. The knife rack! Okay, the knife rack. The larder door. Dangerous, dangerous. You go over to the knife rack and pull out a blade. Two goblins across the kitchen are talking in low voices. Archmage, one remarks. It's a bit of wood the guards prop against the tower window. The other goblin laughs. You test the edge. It's so dull, you doubt it would cut butter. If it's a bit of wood, the second goblin whispers, how do you explain the birdmen? They're not natural. There is a whetstone on the counter. You drag the knife blade back and forth a few times until it's keen. Sneak away? Whatever, we can chop some vegetables. Is sneak away likely to get me where I want to go? I feel like this is not my window. Then you head back over to the counter. Filk steals a quick glance and flashes a crooked smile. You examine the vegetables. Several are rotten. I'm told the birdmen are breeding, a third goblin hisses the first two. I heard they have a nest. Let's do a bad job chopping the vegetables. You attack the pile carelessly, the polished blade sinking into some of the more rotten vegetables. You end up with a haphazard pile of chunks and goop. Filk walks past, carrying a tray of overbaked breads. Stick 'em in a pot. Once they're boiled, no one will care what they look like now. She offers a quick, nervous smile, then is gone on another errand across the room. I see. The pots. Well, into the pots they go, I guess. Next, you head over to the rack, where a random assortment of pots and pans hang from nasty-looking hooks. Most are dented or cracked, and some have holes rusted in the bottom. Wow. This kitchen's really well equipped, huh? Don't be stupid, the first goblin whispering nearby hisses. Birdmen can't lay eggs. Think how big they'd be. We'd be using them to make our omelets, wouldn't we? All three snigger at the thought. Let's take the dented pot, rather than the rusty one. You grab a serviceable pot. It's dented and old, but should hold its water. You heft up your pot and head over to the stove. The stove. Returning back to the stove, you fill the pot with your mangled vegetables. You add the cleanest water you can find, which isn't very clean, and place it over the fire. The group of goblins are still muttering. You should pop through the tunnel and find out, the third goblin says. Oh, except there's no tunnel in the larder. Of course. That rumor's totally false! You stir carefully, allowing yourself to relax for a moment as you take in the aroma. It's an oddly calming moment. But then your reverie is broken by Filk returning and dumping roach pig meat into the mix. Hot water splashes up. She looks disappointed. Well, it's soup, I suppose, she says. We should add some flavor. The spices are over there. She hurries away once more. Okay. Spices. Over here. I'm gonna cast Fog. When do I get to cast Fog? Use a vial of poison! Oh yeah, I forgot I had poison. Do I just want to poison the soup? That seems like a bad call. I mean, maybe. It's a weird call. What do I think poisoning the soup gets me? Kills like maybe 3 guards? That seems very minor. That doesn't seem like it'll accomplish anything for me. The spices are kept in boxes at the back of the room. All the herbs are from Zaman, and you don't recognize a single one. 3 labels stand out. Ant powder, melted Curios, red-eye tears. Ooh, that seems very spicy. Let's try the melted Curios. Inside the jar is a solid lump of what looks like black wax. It smells like a sewer. From across the room, Filk waves. Not that one, she shouts. That one's for blackening the stove! Oh, well, let's pick something else, I guess. Let's look at the red-eye tears. Red-eye tears? Really? Inside the jar is a fizzing, bright red liquid. A drop on your tongue burns a little, but pleasantly. Okay. If I'm making some soup, goddammit, I'm gonna make some good-ass soup. You grab your jar, hoping that what's inside is edible. You take your jar back to Filk. She squints at the label, then smiles. That's such an interesting choice, she breathes. I don't know what this is. Is this actual praise? Is this flirting? Is this... I don't know what this means. We'll give it to Filk. Filk can do it. You hand over the jar, and she empties it into the pot carelessly. The soup bubbles and churns. If the birdmen are breeding, does that mean they might rebel? Rebel? Words. A 4th goblin asks from the nearby group, nervously. The Archmage doesn't control creatures he doesn't make. Oh, really? You lift a spoonful and take a taste. It's not the worst thing you've ever tasted, but it's still pretty disgusting all the same. Summoning up all your bile, you spit into the pot with fiendish glee. Filk grins. Traditional goblin cuisine! I didn't know you were so worldly. She spits alongside you. Your 2 phlegm streaks mingle into one spiraling galaxy of mucus before being lost from view. You stir the broth. Excellent smells rise up from its surface. At Filk's insistence, the head chef comes over to sniff the pot. Not bad, he grumbles. What's in it? Roach pig. The hobgoblin nods. Good. Glad someone around here cares about cooking. No one here appreciates good ingredients like me. I am Throg, the most careful chef in Montpang. Oh, we know about Throg and his larder. Clues. What was the clue? Do not eat from the larder of Throg. Okay. Oh, but we know about tunnels. Well then. We have advice. The hobgoblin nods. Good. Glad someone around here cares about cooking. Throg takes a spoon and sips carefully. Then he beams with pleasure. Delightful! He roars. Gather round, you lumps! He gives you a clap on the shoulder that is only a little less painful than his blows of anger. This is a chef! He's going to go places, you hear? Amazing. I'm surprised this worked. Bow, I guess. You try to look suitably humble. Someone take this to the mess hall, Throg shrieks. And you get access to the good ingredients, he winks. Go check the larder. It's full of real meat. Trying not to think about what he means by real meat, you head towards the larder. Oh, we have permission now. That's convenient. You open the door and slip into the larder. It's stocked with food that looks actually edible, unlike most of what's piled in the kitchen. But there doesn't seem to be much more to it. Except that you were told that somewhere in here is a secret passage into the heart of the fortress. The door opened behind you, and Filk slips in, somewhat breathlessly. I thought I could help, she blushes. Oh god. Oh no. Oh no. Unlikely is cruel. I heard there was a tunnel in here, outs me. This affair has gone far enough. Is maybe less cruel than unlikely? But, like, really, what are my options? Maybe if I'm cruel, she'll run away crying, and then I get to search for the... I don't want to be mean. But I guess my only choice is... Let's not, though. This affair has gone far enough, you reply. Go back to your work. You don't mean that, Filk replies, her eyes beginning to brim with tears. Don't say that. You're the first person who's been nice to me for as long as I can remember. Please, Filk. I'm bad for you. I knew it, she murmurs. You're just trying to protect me. But you can't protect me by leaving me here. This place, you have to get me out of it. Goblin companion? I mean, I don't like the idea of leading her on, and I'm kind of afraid that's what this looks like. But if she'll come with me, I'm not going to refuse the help. All right, then. You reply, unable to believe what you're saying. But you're making a mistake. No, she replies fervently. I'm not. She comes to stand beside you. So, she says, what shall we do next? Definitely do not take some rations. There's like 3 or 4 different options here that sound like taking food. We are not taking food. We're inspecting the floor. You bend down to squint at the floor. Some flour dust has been spilled here. The spilled flour has indeed picked up a strange pattern on the floor, as if someone had tried to scuff away footprints near one particular floorboard. What is it? Filk demands. Have you seen something? Inspecting carefully, you notice a thin seam running across some floorboards. A less clever observer would never have noticed it. Yes, I am quite clever, thank you. You pick up a nearby fork and pry at the seam. A section of floor pops up on disguised hinges. A trapdoor! Filka gasps. Is that a cellar? Or is it a tunnel? Leave or descend. Let's look. We can look at places. You peer down into the darkness below the kitchen. A chill breeze is rushing along the tunnel. It must go for some distance. What is it? Filk breathes. A tunnel? Inside? Do you want to come? Inside? They're all mad inside the walls. She shivers. I won't even be able to sleep again knowing that's here. Well, this is it. This is what we're doing. Phil gets tense as you peer down into the hole. You could turn back, or descend below. This is our way in. You climb downwards into the tunnel, squinting in the dim light. It's narrow, but there doesn't seem to be anyone in it. Are you really going? Phil whispers from above. I have to, you tell her. Will you come back this way? She demands. We've only just met. Prepare yourself. Mompang is changing. But I can't come with you. Look at that tunnel. I won't fit. Isn't there another way? No. You don't even intend to try, she replies. I need to go, now. Goodbye, she whispers in reply. I hope you find whatever it is you're looking for. With that, she closes the trapdoor over your head. You hear the scrape as a flour bag is shifted on top of it, and the distant wail of tears. There is no turning back now. It was always going to end in tears. I tried to warn you, Filk. I really did. The goblin is bigger than you? Oh, yeah. We have a... I'm not sure if I can rewind to look at it now, but there's a visual of the goblin. She is... let's say stout. Let's say stout. She's not tall, but she's a big girl. You slither and slide your way down into the darkness of the tunnel. It is unclear who built this. There are no supports or indications of construction. There seem to be tooth marks in the walls. Fun-sized? Rather not think of goblins that way. Thank you, Cryptomancer. I didn't like where this was going from the beginning, and I still don't. You splash on through the shallow water. The rock walls drip with dank moss, and the smell is stale and fetid. There is no way to tell how much more of this there is to go. Yes, there is. You can just look on the map. We're about a third of the way through. You splash onwards. The tunnel turns a corner here, rising upwards towards a chink of light. Around the corner, you climb upwards, using the rough edge of the tunnel as footholds to ascend. There is a fresh scent from somewhere overhead. Well, don't have much of a choice here. After some more clambering, you come within sight of a grate in the ceiling. Light filters through, and standing right on top of it are a pair of feet. Oh. Let's listen. You wait a few seconds and are rewarded as the guards above begin to chatter. I'm bored, a gruff voice declares. Silence. Guards don't talk. But what are we guarding? I don't know. The spot's always been guarded, so we're guarding it. There is a pause. Even if nothing ever happens here. You cast a spell. I can make some illusions, scare off the guards, look up at the grate. Won't they notice me? Maybe not. The grate looks fixed into the stone. It's not hinged or designed to be opened, but presumably just to let this tunnel vent steam. I see. I can cast spells here. What spells can I cast? We got K's. We can kid the guards. We got some Zen, some Zap, and some Zob. My god, there's so many opportunities for Zob now. I really regret not taking that tooth with me. We can dumb the guards. We can cause the illusion of treasure. Interesting. Or we could Dop? Do I think Dop will work? Will that work on the grate? That seems unlikely. Ooh, I can God. God, Gack, and Gum. But I don't have glue. Illusion of Worship. I do like God. It's a good spell. Zen, Zap, or Zob. Yap and Yob. Yob is giant. Oh, there's not room here for a giant. What'll even happen? Man, there's so many spells I could cast. I still haven't cast Kid before, but I can. Consulting the constellations above, you bind the spell, and the bracelet at your wrist begins to glow. You have just a moment in which to choose your illusion. You find the guard's mind nearby, ready to be deceived by an illusion. Poison gas? Sure. You release a cloud of choking poison gas up through the vent. The guard begins to cough and choke. Quick! He gasps to the other. You have to get away from here. Come on, quickly! You hear their footsteps running away. More light filters down from above, now that the guards above have gone. Well, great, we did it. I don't know why, but we did it. You pass on through the tunnel, further underneath Montpang. You reach the end of the tunnel. A short flight of slick stone steps leads up to a trapdoor in the ceiling. The trapdoor is set neatly into the rocky ceiling and is closed tight. It looks as though it hasn't been opened in a very long time. You scramble quickly upwards, keen to get out of the tunnel as quickly as possible. But the trapdoor, when you reach it, is so firmly locked, it doesn't even shiver when you shove at it. Well, this sounds like a case for Dopp. The spells have changed. We now have How, in addition to other options. Pep, Pop. Let's just dope in it. You wind the stars into order around you, but nothing happens. The trapdoor does not even shake. Perhaps it's protected by some magical defense. Or else is not a door at all. Well, we could try and pop it open. Yeah? What does that do? I'm not gonna make a giant. Let's see if we can pop it open. I have a lot of pebbles. You craft the spell over one of your pebbles. Throw the pebble at the trapdoor. Let's just set it in place, yeah? You place the pebble on top of the steps, then hurry back down. It explodes a moment later, violently. When the smoke clears, you see the trapdoor is half fallen away, to reveal solid rock beyond. It seems this was once a trapdoor, but it has since been filled in, perhaps with a petrification spell cast onto the wood itself. I see. There is no way up from the tunnel, it seems. You turn back hopelessly towards the thin light from the grate. Oh. Well, let's Dopp here and see if that helps. Reaching up to the stars, you create the magic, and the grate overhead flips open. Convenient. Well, let's Zen. Can't quite get there, huh? That's what floating is for. You weave the constellations into a pattern around you, and the medallion begins to glow as you gently rise up into the air. You float up and out through the open grate. And there's no guards anymore, because I did a thing. Proud of myself. You settle to the dirt of Mompang and kick the grate shut behind you. You're in a narrow alley between two large buildings. At the far end, you can see a glimpse of some kind of plaza. The sun disappears, heading towards the horizon. You slip your way forwards. There's barely enough space to walk between the two buildings, which list inwards on both sides. The buildings on both sides are topped by large glass domes, the one on the right larger than that on the left. You sidle on downwards towards the alley. Towards the... What do I sidle on downwards towards? I'm not trying to rewind, I'm just trying to look at the thing. You sidle onwards down the alleyway. The alley widens out a little here as it approaches the square at the end. You are inside the city. Time to explore! Uh-oh. Looking around, you're surprised to find that this part of Mompang is more like a city than you expected. There are merchants, laborers, and swaggering guards. Washing hangs from hooks outside the stacked houses. Of course, there are far more wicked glares and knives tucked into belts than even in Kare. Suddenly, you feel hooked fingers catch your arm. You turn around and catch a glimpse of a hoary old beggar pulling at you. But then something happens and you lose sight of him. What? What? A moment later, the tall buildings of Momping that you traveled so far to reach have disappeared. What? What? Help. Why are you keep taking me back to places? Is this going to be a trend? Are we going to have some random encounter that puts us in the middle of the Backlands map now? You stand in a humid climate. Okay. Tall plants lean down on all sides, and a thin, watery sunlight leaks through some kind of glass ceiling choked with weeds. Libra? But there is no sign of the goddess. The beggar is still here, however, but no longer holding your arm. He stands taller, and seems better fed. That's better, he declares. Now we can talk more freely. Who are you? My name is Throbbin. What do I know about Throbbin? Hang on. Clues. The Throbbin doors. Spell of invisibility. Is that the only thing I know about Throbbin? Maybe I should stop calling him that. Maybe Throbin? Is that better? Don't know if that's better. Let's go with Throbin. The beggar bows, most politely. You notice he wears a circlet of finger bones on his head. Some have called me the necromancer, but they only mean that death has never stopped my work. You're dead? Sometimes. Not entirely. Though I rather think I soon will be. Well, he spreads his hands. Soon can be confusing, of course. Perhaps we should start from the beginning. What have you done? Moved us elsewhere, Throbin replies. This is a favorite little spot of mine, a forgotten corner of Kare, the lost gardens of Briar. Even the gardeners who work here can't remember the way in. It's on all the maps, but no one can find the entrance. My own little fortress. He reaches rather tenderly for a nearby plant and pulls off a graying leaf. Throbin smiles. Come, let's walk a little, shall we? He begins to saunter between the trees, and you follow. This place is hidden from the Archmage, you observe. Quite so, Throbin replies. The Archmage would chew a death sponge mushroom and then eat my brains if he had the chance. Best for us all if that doesn't happen. I must return to Mompang, you insist. I have a mission. Of great importance, I know. Throbin nods. But I must tell you, if you attempt your mission, you will die. I knew pronouncing his name was going to be a mistake. Well, I didn't know that, but now I know that. What's going on here? Can I rewind now? We cannot. We're still sealed away from the effects of Libra. Okay. Christopher Throbin. Nope, don't like that. If you attempt your mission, you will die. Well. Oh, I don't know. Thank you for the clip, Ragnar. I have no idea what's on it. What am I doing here? What am I doing here? Breaking the streamer, the real minigame. Alright, alright. I accept the challenge. See why you're here, Icarus. That's fine. It's okay. Ego? Determination? Telling the necromancer that you do not fear death seems patently foreboding. It really does. I think I just take the chance. I must take that risk. Perhaps you could try to understand it first, he replies with a slight sigh. In Mompang, death can be quite final. The reach of the gods is limited there. There is not always a way out. And you will die. Throbin points at a nearby flower. Do you see this one? Purple thornweed. Only grows in one place. The slopes above my home village. Tell me... Okay, where is that? I grew up in the same village as the Archmage, you know. A small place called Karayama. Maybe you've heard of it. He sweeps away, his face hidden from view. This way now. He steps between two plants and disappears. Oh! Oh my god, Icarus. So this is independent verification of the story that we got from the sleeping god. The one that told us to kill a woman because she was bearing the Archmage. Because the Archmage was, born in Karayama. Which we have heard of course. We've been there. Wow. Maybe all this could have been bypassed. Maybe we could have just ended things. Maybe. I don't know. I'm not sure how time works, really. Into the gardens. You push your way between the plants and find the beggar waiting. Only now he is no beggar, but a tall, handsome man, wearing a long cloak embroidered with runes of power. There you are, he booms. I was told to expect you. Very phrasing indeed. Told by who? A younger self, I think, he replies, though it's not always easy to tell. He frowns. Please excuse any confusion. I use these gardens for conversations quite extensively, but I have to space them out. One cannot have things overlapping. Now then, he smiles. I believe we will be, talking about Mom Pang and your impending death. So are you... What is your line here? Will you help me? I won't save your life, if that's what you mean. I may make your death a little more valuable, however. He points up. The dome is gone, and it's now nighttime. Stars shine overhead. I like these gardens for one reason above all. Can you see what it is? The constellations. He sighs with evident pleasure. Look up there, he declares. This is one of only 2 places in Kare where the stars of the Zed spell can be seen. The other is by the north gate, but that spot's rather too busy. Really? What do you know of Zed? The other is by the north gate. Oh, only 2 places in Kare, but maybe in other places. The mention of Zed makes you stop short. The secret magic, the most powerful knowledge of all. Unknown to all. What do you know of that spell, you demand? Zed, he intones, is the great discovery of the necromancers. A spell powered by and fascinated by death. Some thought it prevented death, but it does not. Quite the opposite. The stars of Zed cause a death of the most significant final kind. How many kinds of death are there? What kind of death is that? The true death. The absence. But the secret is too powerful to share openly. Please. This apparently is the kind of death that rewrites time. This sounds like the kind of death that prevents them from having ever existed. He gestures at another path, leading between trees as wide as bears that have fallen together to form an arch. After you. Okay. You slip under the arch and arrive in a field of bright yellow and purple flowers, terrifically overgrown. Brambles choke the edges of the path. The man does not follow. Of course not, but we're going to meet another version of him, so I'm not worried about it. The beggar has abandoned you. It seems you must find the path back to Mompang yourself. Go onwards. Onward seems fine. Or I could go back and cast Zed. You turn back, following the path back between the leaning trees. To your relief, the beggar is here once more. He looks older than ever. Now you understand, he hisses. Now you see why you have to die. I think you've missed something. Possibly, the necromancer agrees. It's hard to keep things in the right order when you are as cursed as I am. What is your curse? Eternal death, he replies quite calmly. The Zed spell is difficult to cast, you see, because you can't cast it at once. You have to cast it at 2 separate times. 2 times, but 1 casting. Got it? Like left and right hands, clasped together. He demonstrates, linking thumbs and flapping his fingers like a butterfly. 2 castings. Butterfly. What? A small change can cause a large effect. Go on. So you cast it then and before. And when both castings are cast, they're the same casting. 2 castings at different times cannot be at different times. So the time between disappears. Excuse me? He squashes his butterfly fingers into a single 2-handed fist. Where does this time go? Same place any of it goes, I expect. The beggar spits a tooth, then picks it up to admire. Be valuable, that, one of these days. Yeah, apparently time is all wibbly-wobbly here. We're doing some interesting things. Okay, I'll take the tooth. You reach down for it. Uncouth villain! He curses, batting your hand away. Now, we'd best be getting on. We don't want you coming back here when you finally die. Coming back? Exactly. Throbin closes his dirt-smudged eyes and concentrates, and slowly the walls of Mompeng return. What? I wanted to cast Knob and summon a necromancer. Oh well. Well, that was exceptionally odd. And remarkably not enlightening. There you are again, smiles the beggar, who is now back as he began. He lifts a crooked finger. Not a word. There are spies everywhere. One last thing to do. Draw your sword. Why? You ask suspiciously. It's the sort of thing people do in Mompeng. Draw it. Excuse me? What the hell just happened? You obediently draw your blade. Throbin beams with glee, and then before you can stop him, he runs himself deep onto the blade. For the ghosts of the Backlands, I curse you with this, he whispers, and there is fury in his eyes. Who does he think I am? In the last moments, you see him hurl up his arms, creating some kind of incantation. A terrible force builds around his body, but then seems to only half explode. You are caught at the moment of detonation. No, he created a save point for me. I think he's doing Zed. And then at some point in the future, we'll Zed again. But until we Zed again, we'll always come back to this point. Because there has to be both castings. And the time in between is irrelevant? The explosion dies away, its force curiously unspent, as though waiting. But you feel stronger for it. That almost made sense. I'm very good at rationalizing wibbly-wobbly, timey-wimey stuff. This is one of my strengths. Well, now what? You look around, still disoriented. There is no sign of the beggar. The narrow alley mouth opens onto the square. Darkness closes in. You need to rest, especially on an empty stomach. Can I pray? I can pray for healing. Heal me! Alright. Well, this seems as good a spot as any to just sleep, I guess? The alley isn't a bad place to rest. It is quiet, secluded, and offers plenty of shadow. Laying your pack down, you try to rest despite the wind. You have not yet eaten today. You're feeling strong enough for now, but the trembling sickness will, most likely, kill you. You close your eyes and let your tiredness overtake you. The remainder of the night is kept busy with vivid dreams. You are curled up on a bed of straw and bones. A bird maid is carefully plucking grit from your skin and nuzzling you with its cruel, hooked beak. You are safe, warm. She feeds you with still-living rabbit. I don't know if this is a good dream or a bad dream. A pair of rich black eyes are fixed on you. A figure in shadow purrs your name. The voice is rich, beautiful, and compelling. Flanker? I am here for you, Flanker murmurs softly in return. I will take your hand. And all the while you hear distant laughter from the east. You visited the barracks and were cursed with the Zed spell. The Archmage remains unaware of you. Fascinating. You get quickly to your feet. You've not been discovered, but you should not wait any longer. Alright, well, this feels like a relevant chapter line, so I'm going to take this point to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll continue doing all the things. In the meantime, have some music while I'm gone, and I'm going to go refill water, go to the bathroom, stretch my legs, and I will be back in a moment. So thanks for hanging out. Hopefully you're all having a good time. If you are new to the stream, I would definitely appreciate a follow. This is all regulars. Nobody who doesn't know me is going to be here for Sorcery, of all games. But, you know, I say it anyway, just in case. Anyway, back in a few. Alright, I am back. How you folks doing? I have returned. I come with fresh water. So... let's get back into things, shall we? Now that I'm thinking about it, I kind of want to leave the music going. Like, there's really nothing going on in terms of sound with this game. Except for, like, when I open the inventory, there's this, like, brief splash of orchestral music, and I kind of don't care about it. So I think what I'm gonna do is just turn off the music in-game, and at least have some kind of soundtrack going, so it's not literally just me reading the entire time. Give you a little bit more background. If I end up being quiet for, like, any amount of time, at least you'll have something going on. Also, this song is such a jam. Like, I don't want to pause it. Alright, well, into the square, I guess. It feels weirdly like I'm not that far away. But maybe I am farther than I think. Checkbox next to music and pause. Yes. Your only option is music on or sound on or sound off. Those are the only options. Did you not see that? Have you not, like, was that not a thing that was around when you were playing the game, or? This is so interesting. Like, there's so many, it feels like there's so many places to go out here. But I really want to go to none of them. Because my goal is just to come up here and get straight into the tower, right? Like, why would I mess around with any of this side stuff? I mean, I guess something is going to prevent itself that won't let me get up here, right? There's no way this isn't guarded. Not a thing on mobile where you played it. Ah, that's believable. That's believable. Oh god, please don't do that. Map. Please. So the map appears to be centered on this tower. And no matter where I angle the map, it just puts the tower north. So if I try and, like, look around the tower, it's going to turn until the tower is facing north. Okay. So now I understand what this game is, what the map is doing. Which means we can play around with trying to spin it, if I really wanted to. It's super weird. I don't like it. Alright, well, options are pretty limited here, so let's see what we can do. Let's see whether or not we can just... We probably can't just bull rush the tower, but I think I'm gonna try. You emerge from the alley into the edge of the main square. Okay. We'll go into the square proper. Let's look at this statue. Maybe that'll help. The air stirs a little, still cold, but fresh. You stride out into the middle of the public square where Mompang's inhabitants go about their business. In the center is a huge statue of a faceless man holding a crown aloft, the Archmage. The statue seems unimaginably old, yet the Archmage depicted here is definitely holding the Crown of Kings. Has he been planning this theft for such a long time then? Or is this prophecy, a celebration of a day destined to come? Many people here are simply passing through, but several are browsing the market on the west side. You also spot several guards to the north, clustered around a road that leads upward. What are my options for spells here? Can I dock? Oh, I can. Heal disease. You cast the spell across your potion and it begins to glow and fizz. You knock back the enchanted potion and it warms you from the inside out. But though you feel yourself gaining strength, the spell is not enough to rid you of the terrible trembling sickness. My god! Really? What do I have to do to cure some goddamn disease around here? There are guards patrolling frequently, even here. You will have to be careful to blend in. Ah, yeah, that's fair. Well, let's check out the north side and see how rough it would be to just try and get in there. This section is dominated by a wide road that leads upwards towards the inner tower. Guards flank the way, scowling at anyone who gets too close. Nearby, you also spy a pillory with a lone prisoner shackled in. A bustling market is in full swing further north. A few clouds scud across the sky. Really? What's up with the pillory? Ooh. Ain't you an ugly one? You walk over to the pillory. Behind it, a gallows looms, a noose swaying in the breeze. As the morning moves on, the wind begins to rise. Haven't met the whale god. Is there a whale god? Why would I meet the whale god? You're right, I guess? A prisoner is here, dressed in rags. The skin on his neck and wrists has been rubbed raw by the wood. He lifts his head just enough to scowl as you approach. He's brawny, but thinned by the punishment. His shaggy hair is covered in filth, clumping together in places. Taunt me and beat me all you will, he says. You'll teach me no lesson that a week in and out of this bane-cursed pillory's not taught already. Unless you wish to feed me, be off. He's surprisingly lucid for someone who has spent a week in the stocks. A week is a long time in the stocks. Sure, you could have some food. It's not doing me any good. You take a provision from your pack and he salivates. Ah, thank you, stranger. I'd gladly sell my soul for that, but I hope your price is not so high. Then tell me what you know. The prisoner shrugs. I'm too weak to talk. How much can we trust this dude? Honestly, like, I'd probably feed him anyway. You feed a fish to the prisoner, and he eats with a greed born of desperation. Thank you again, he hisses. I'll remember this. I'm thinking you're a stranger here. No citizen of the fortress would show such kindness. Is there no kindness in Montpang? You ask. There's no free thought in Montpang, he replies. The Archmage has a finger in every pie around here, including the ones in people's skulls, if you catch my drift. His belly rumbles as he speaks. Pies, he groans. What was your crime? You ask. Plotting, he answers simply. They caught me plotting against him upstairs. Plotting with who? No one, really. I was just in the bony hand saying that maybe it'd be good if he showed his face around here a little. Gave us all a bit of a pep. But any kind of talk that isn't straight talk is bet talk, that's what they say. I've learnt my lesson, won't do it again. Who turned you in? No one did. The Archmage is watching, see? Watching everything. He knows what you're going to do before you do it. And then the birdmen swoop, and that's that. They say there's only one place in the whole fortress you can be and he won't see what you're doing, and that's by them big doors up at the steps of the tower. He can't point his telescope there, something, I don't know. But only the guards go up to the bottom of the spike. Please, stranger, talking like this is tiring. Do I get in trouble if I free him? It seems like he's a useful sort, if not a good sort. But he also seems like he's pretty much bought in, right? Like, he's not trying to kill the Archmage. He's not trying to actually depose the Archmage. He's just saying, like, wouldn't it be great if? If things were slightly better. Nothing could possibly go wrong freeing a prisoner in front of some guards in the whole city. Yeah, exactly. I'm thinking he won't actually be that useful. Like, knowledge is useful. We don't really know this city that well. But it sounds like he's at a point where he's expecting, yeah, learnt my lesson, won't do it again, right? I don't think he's going to be that useful. You've tarried near the prisoner too long already. He'll not be able to tell you anymore. With a final nod, you move quickly away. You could head out into the square, or cut across to the guarded road that heads uphill from here. Alright, show me the clue. The Archmage cannot see the doors. They say the magic in the Throben doors is so powerful, the Archmage cannot see what occurs near them. Those are the Throben doors. And there are a variety of spells that seal them, presumably? Let's check out the Northern Road. As the sun climbs towards its zenith, the winds blowing between the buildings pick up a little. A few yards from the square, a group of guards block the road. They stand, casual but alert, sheltering in the shade of a nearby hut. Two of them hold snarling dogs on chains. You take a moment to regard the tower, unable to repress a shiver. It stands on the level peak of the mountain into which Mompeng is built. At its very top is a tiny turret room, which must have a view across the entirety of Haizamen. The road is wide and clear, with the rising rock on one side and a drop on the other. There are no places to hide. One of the guards spies you and stamps forward. The nearest comes out to greet you with a growl. "Wow," the guard snaps. "Why are there so many guards?" you ask. "To stop the likes of you from coming past," she replies stubbornly. "Where does this road lead?" "You what? The inner fortress! Can't you see it?" "May I pass?" "Not a chance. Only guards up here, and they have to have some business as well. Try going past me and I'll skewer you myself. However nicely we rub along." She grins. "This chattering's getting on my nerves," she growls. "No civilians allowed. That includes your lot, brother. Back off." The guard crosses her arms, scowling at you. Other guards mill about nearby. But what if I were to be God? I cannot be God here. Oh, I can be God. You cast the enchantment, and your jewel of gold begins to shine and gleam. The guard stares at you in amazement. "Archmage," she murmurs. "We were not told." Yes, you've done well," you tell her, and she smiles hopelessly. "Thank you," she murmurs. "Oh, but thank you." You sweep past her up the road, accompanied by the clatter of her armor on the ground as she kowtows behind you. Easy enough. You continue climbing up the north road. The road curves around a spur of black rock, rising towards a walled encampment. A few narrow windows overlook the path, and for a moment you catch the beady eye of a birdman watching you climb. You cast a glance backwards. No one is following you, or paying you any attention. You keep climbing. There is no turning back. Well, I certainly didn't intend to turn back. The road ends in a small wooden door, built into a wooden palisade. The door appears unguarded. Okay, you tug on the door. It's locked. Well then, I guess I'm climbing the palisade. You haul yourself up using the rivets in the wood to climb. After a short haul, you are at the top and drop easily down onto the other side. You pick yourself up. You stand in a narrow alleyway, the walls high on both sides. The feel is suddenly that of a fortress, tightly managed and harsh, growing like a fungus on the outside of the central tower. There will be no way back now. The sun has reached its highest point now. Alright, well, keep on moving. You keep your head bowed low under your cowl. Should anyone realize who you are, they'll not hesitate to turn you in. The casual cruelty at this place will only grow worse. You are entering the hornet's nest now. The alleyway runs to the right, but on the left is a low iron doorway. The door down to the city is locked. Low iron doorway. Door down to the city? Is that what it is? Interesting. Try a key in the city door. I know what the key I have is. It's not a key to the thing. I only have the one key. Key to the prison cells of Upper Kare. Like, that's not gonna help here. No trying keys. We can look at the doorway, though. The doorway has a tiny grill at eye level from which floats a rich smell of what might be burnt meat. Burnt meat, eh? I'm gonna lay better than even odds that's not a kitchen. In which case, I probably don't want to see what's being burnt. Let's just move on. Not gonna approach the door. I mean, I could, but it's potentially scary. And, I mean, we've had good luck so far, just strolling on up into the tower. Let's just continue our, brazen barging forward. No problems. You make your way along the alley, keeping your gaze low. Luckily, the few creatures you see don't challenge you. You pass a low wooden door. The door is unmarked and appears unlocked. The wood is warped and rain-sodden. Looking ahead, you see doors leading off on either side of the alley. You'd better keep moving. Turreted room. Interesting. Do we want to go into any of these rooms? What do we think is going to be there? What value do we think we're going to get from any of these rooms? Let's just keep moving. Let's just keep moving. The alley turns slightly here, following the curve of the cliff. At the far end, you spot two Birdman guards standing by an iron door. They've either not noticed you or are paying no attention. Another narrow door is on the right, a little further along the alley. You are into the middle part of the day, and yet the citadel is still cold. It would be a good idea to not stand around too long. Inwards. You head towards the next door in the alley. The guards at the far end of the alley take no notice. Let's not draw their attention, shall we? You'd best not hang out in the open. You are nearing the end of the alley and the guarded iron door. Another, rather narrow, door is nearby. Peering over to press your ear against the narrow door, you hear high-pitched murmurs through the old wood. You peer through a crack in the door. You see a low table, scattered with feathers. Which door is this? Is this the one to the left, or the one to the... Which door am I looking at? I don't know what... Oh no. Which direction am I going? It's not clear which door is which door. Standing once more, you see that one of the birdmen by the iron door is watching you intently. He looks ready to question you. You cast a sidelong glance at the guards by the far door, sizing them up. They're birdmen. Strong, tall, two separate words, not one word, with savage clawed talons and beaks like pickaxes. One is missing a wing. They've seen you, but do not approach or call out, instead holding to their posts. The iron door is a large slab, guarded by two birdmen. They've seen you, but have yet to react. This door must lead into the inner fortress proper. From here, you could slip into the narrow doorway, or approach the guards. Okay. Yeah, no, well... Eyes on the target. Eyes on the prize. You approach the iron door at the alley's end. The two birdman guards stiffen at your approach, gripping their halberds more tightly. Greetings, you say. What do you want? The bird maid says, clipping her words. I need to pass. The bird maid snorts. You're on official business, are you? I'm the ambassador from Kare. The bird maid squints. We did hear that an ambassador was coming through. Tell me this then. Who do you represent? Well, Vic wants to be the first noble, but isn't. I could just say I represent the Council of Nobles. But really, none of them are useful. There's not really a council there. Maybe I do just represent Vic. Vic, the first noble. That's right, isn't it? She asks her companion, who shrugs. I suppose you can enter. You head for the door, but now the birdman blocks your way. Not so fast, he says. Ambassadors have deep pockets, I'm told. She stiffens. Don't even think about it, she says. You shift yourself so you are standing next to the bird maid. A bribe? Is Mom Pang so corrupt? He waves you off. I need to get by. You both keep your mouth shut. He shoves the bird maid back. Then the bird maid leaps. The two grapple, slashing at each other with their talons. The birdman suffers a deep gash, but manages a lucky strike that knocks her out. Then he turns to you, furious and bleeding. What are you looking at? Do all the guards fight? In the end, yes, the birdman replies, laughing. You want to go inside? I have business with the Archmage. Then good luck to you. He extends a clawed hand. 40 gold pieces. Alright. You waste no time in further discussion. Let's mess him up! I have seen very frequently that the first thing that happens is attack. or is full defend. So I'm just going to bet that this guy's going to full defend. Ah, I was wrong. Unfortunate. The Birdman swoops in low, spitting and cursing. You hold your aim up and stab, but the creature has all his momentum behind him, and he knocks your blow aside to tear into your flesh. You scream. The Birdman beats his strong wings and rises, gathering momentum for another strike. Okay, well, I can beat whatever you're doing. You wait for the Birdman's winged arms to open, and then you strike. Your blade sings as it parts the air, catching the Birdman between widespread wings. The creature screams in a blood-curdling tongue. The Birdman opens his maw to scream, and his claws scrape the ground. Wreck him! You take advantage of the Birdman's anger to strike. You bring your blade in heavily. The Birdman's own strike is easily overpowered. He collapses backwards. He clicks together long talons once more. He's still determined to fight. But I don't know what... that's no-tell. I don't know what no-tell means. Okay, sure. You drop into a crouch. The Birdman tries to decapitate you with a careless swipe of his talons, but you duck. He stretches his cruel claws. That sounds like an attack to me. That'll work. Lost 3? Do I want to try again? We could do better. Let's see if we can do better. If he's going to attack first thing, then let's break his face. Ah, that's his entire face. Broken. The Birdman opens his maw to scream, and it scratches the ground below. That sounds like another attack. Kinda. Good enough. Gathering momentum for another strike. That was a big hit last time. I think he's going to attack far more than I can defend. Making ready to plunge in. Alright, this we can fight off. Yep, good. I'll take that. 1 stamina loss is fine. The Birdman dies with a shrill chirp. Looking over, you see the other guard is still unconscious. You rifle through his pockets and find nothing. With the way clear, you head through the iron door and close it behind you. Whatever, just killing some guards on my way in, no big deal, not a problem. Huh. So there's this door, and there's also this side thing here that we can go into, as well as this other side thing. But I think we just want to get up to the Throbin doors, probably. Although we don't have a lot of information about them. You emerge from the iron door. The sun disappears, heading towards the horizon. This is the east side of a wide courtyard that sits below the central tower of Mompang. Guards mill this way and that. A short distance away, a wide set of steps lead up to the tower doors. The iron door leads south out of the courtyard, and a door leads away into a nearby turret. You crane your neck to look up at the inner tower. The very top is hidden from sight by the lower floors, which jut out and seem older and in worse repair. Despite the impressive doors at the top of the steps, no one goes in or out. The place seems as closed off and remote as an island. Looking at the steps from here, they seem wide enough to ride an Oliphant up to the Archmage's doorstep. Oliphant? Really? You gonna be that blatant about ripping off Tolkien? The door is marked with a small brass plaque. This is the office of the commander of the guard. You can see lantern light flicking through the grimy windows. Okay. The steps to the inner tower are right in front of you. There's nothing stopping you from climbing them and making your way inside. I sincerely doubt that. But we can try. You step out into the center of the square, nervous at how exposed you seem. The wind picks up as the evening draws on. Soon it will be dark once more. Wow, why am I so burpy? Settle. Thick, oily smells drift from a building to the north. Thick, oily smells. But the most impressive sight here is the deep, towering flight of steps that leads up towards a door in the inner tower itself. On the other side of the yard is a large block of wood. Wood? The block of wood is crisscrossed with incisions and stained a deep purple color. Its use is clear enough. A patrol of guards tramps across the square and through the iron door to the south. This close to the steps, you can see they are wide, black slabs of stone, carved with ornate symbols. They rise steeply enough that one could not run up them, and a shorter man than you might have to scramble. No one goes near them. Time to continue. After a month of walking, you finally come in sight of your goal. The great sealed doors stand before you, at the top of the stairs. Oh, mess hall. Okay. That's what the oily smells are. Oh, okay. Do I want to go snag some food? I think we probably just move on. You make your way to the base of the great steps that lead up to the central tower. The sun is sinking. Okay, we're definitely casting a spell here. We can sus. We can absolutely sus. We could also... Oh! We can just get to the top of the tower this way. Really? She did give me that golden hair for a reason, right? Boy, we sure will be obvious with this one, though. He'll know we're here eventually. Getting into the tower seems like as good a point as any to blow our cover. Looking to the constellations overhead, you craft the spell, and the golden strand of hair begins to shine and glow before extending and burying itself into the ground. A moment later, the ground beneath your feet has begun soaring upwards, taking you with it. Sorcerer's Spire. The growth of the tower stops and slows, leaving you a short distance away from the upper turret of the Archmage's tower, facing a window. Between it and you is a near infinite drop. The spell will not last long. Can I Zen? I can, in fact, Zen. Man, there's a lot of spells I could do here. I could Howl. I could Nap or Nip. Lowercase g is available, but no spell that I know is castable with it. Interesting. And we can zap, we can zip, and we can zen. Well, this is what I wanted. You turn the starlight into alignment around you, and the medallion begins to glow as you rise gently up into the air. You feel the tower shifting under your feet. You float easily over to the window, break it with a sharp kick, and settle yourself inside. Well, this is as inside as it gets, huh? Not gonna pray for luck. I'll pray when I need to pray. You pick yourself to your feet and brush off the shards of broken glass. This is the top of the highest tower in Zamen. This is the garret of the Archmage himself. You are mere footsteps from your goal. Your weight returns, and you settle gradually back down to the ground. Should I sus? Presumably sus is valid here. Sus is absolutely valid. I think it'll just tell me I'm in grave danger, and that's all. We can Farsight here. Oh, wow. I can res someone? Huh. Do I just try the door? Like, stroll on into the top of the tower? Like, hey, Archmage buddy, I'm here for the crown! Then you reach out and try the handle of the door. It turns. The door is not enchanted, nor cursed. It's not even locked. After so many miles, so much hardship and pain, the final door is well weighted and requires nothing more than the gentlest of pushes to swing open. There's no way we're actually that close to the end. You climb the stairs to the garret. It is a tiny stone room, the walls plastered with astrological charts, some ancient and some so fresh that their ink still gleams. In the center of the space is a desk. Is he wearing the crown? Presumably he's wearing the crown. Behind the desk is a wizened old man, with long shocks of black hair. He holds a quill pen and looks up curiously as you enter. Yes? Can I help you? I've come for the crown. The man frowns with evident puzzlement. Then he seems to understand. You must be the Annalander, the Annulland himself. I do hope you didn't think that disguise would fool me. Please take it off. Welcome. Well, I mean, okay. You remove the monk's habit and the Archmage nods. I knew you would come, of course, he says, though I had to at least try to stop you. Prophecy is like that. Highly circular. The man looks back at you sadly, silent for a moment. Doubt begins to creep into your heart. Can this truly be the cruel Archmage of High Zamen? He seems tired, even shy. I see you have traveled a long way, he remarks. You must be tired. Please, sit. We may talk as equals for a moment. He gestures to a chair. I don't think it's a trap. He's not carrying himself like it's a trap. Something is going on here, and I don't know what it is. I think it has to do with the time stuff. Like, I think there is past Archmage, and I think there is not present Archmage. I think I'm in the past now. Something to do with, like, the time stuff. It's so weird. There's so much time stuff happening. But I almost feel like... I kind of feel like the twist here is the Archmage isn't actually my enemy. I don't know what my enemy is. Maybe it's Throbin. Maybe it's myself. But I think I can sit and talk to him. Cautiously, you move towards the seat indicated. It seems like ordinary wood, on an ordinary patch of flagstone floor. There. Better. Now I don't have to crane my neck to look at you. Reaching across his desk, he lifts the stopper on a decanter and pours out 2 glasses of thick red wine. He pushes one across the tabletop to you. We are not friends. The Archmage nods. He seems to be chewing something over. No, we are not. You've caused me a lot of trouble, you know. I'm old, as you see. I did not intend to grow old. That was your doing. The beacons of light, perhaps? Indeed, that was their purpose. He nods. The land was plentiful. It sustained me. But you destroyed my final tower here in High Zamen. Did you even realize what you had done? And how did you do it? That tower was built thousands of years before you were born. The tower itself moved through time. The Archmage frowns. No, such a thing is not possible. Not unless you yourself... He trails off. No matter. He fixes you with a long, thoughtful gaze. Do you know, Annalander, what it is the crown does? Do you understand its power? The crown controls the will of others. Precisely. But perhaps you have not quite understood the depth of that. The crown is a Grimalkin, a construction for the channeling of starlight into magic. It is set with jewels of gold, and lined with a ring of bone, and covers the wearer's skull in cloth. It generates spells of both illusion, worship, and mental insight. Oh! So it's just constantly casting God, Kid, and Zen. I could just cast those spells? Or even construct a similar object? I guess I'm not that good at Grimalkins. But... okay. Yeah, God, Kid, and Tell. Right. Oh, I know counters to some of those spells. I don't know the counter to Kid and God, but I know the counter to Tell, I think. Hang on. Spellbook. Oh, Sob has an entry. Cool. Nice. Where are the spells I'm looking for? Tell. Oh, I don't know the... Why? I thought I learned this one. Okay. We don't know the God and Kid one. Interesting. Okay. I know it cannot be left in your hands. You talk of it like a weapon, the Archmage observes. But the crown does not grant victory. The crown causes the wearer's desires to become the unthinking thoughts, reflex actions, and spontaneous whims of those around. It occupies the free will itself. It is like any illusion. Its power is no illusion. Its power is quite real. Those under its command cannot know themselves to be controlled, and nor could anyone else. It cannot be resisted. The crown of kings shapes people the way the aeons shape the course of a river. Why are you telling me this? His reply is strangely gentle. I am trying to make you understand something that will be most difficult to understand. And I mean you no offense by that. You are intelligent enough, but I fear you have a shock in store. He pauses for a moment, his eyes filled with a strange sadness. You have come a long way for this crown, I see that. You think me evil, a tyrant, but I am none of these things. I am the Archmage of the Fortress of Sorcerers, a fading but noble institution. And I spend my days trying to repair the terrible destruction wrought on the lands in my care by your ignorant, reckless use of the beacons of past light. I think we've become unstuck enough that we're now in the past, and our actions in what was the present have caused the past versions to be replaced with present versions, which are of course ruined, because my present is just all ruins, right? All wasteland. Fascinating. You placed those beacons yourself. I did, and left untouched, they would have protected the land for 10,000 years. Did you not notice the towers were all sealed? Past light burns with the power of the sun. It must be filtered, measured. But you opened 6 beacons wide and threw them over my land, over my people. He bangs the desk as he speaks, almost shouting. There is a tear in the corner of his eye. Huh. Do we think that the present destruction was directly caused by the beacons then? That the present version, the version in my present, was created and ruined by the effects of the inevitable effects of me shining the beacons onto places and ruining them in the past? But at the same point, there's a swapping effect, right? Like, we in the present got to see what it's like in the past. Got to talk to the people that lived there. So we didn't kill them. But perhaps from the perspective of somebody living in the past, would they see the beacon causing that swap, bringing the future version into place? What do we know of how the Archmage obtained the crown? Like, I have vague recollections of at the beginning being told, like, the Archmage stole the crown or something? Like it was Analand's turn to have the crown in order to rule rightfully the area, but the Archmage stole it? But I'm not... Now I don't remember what the actual story is. Or if maybe we were just told a story back then. Well, I am sorry for any damage I caused. It didn't look like I was causing damage at the time. I'm sorry for it. What good does that do? The land is wasted. The people are lost. His cracked voice quivers with rage. The fate of the world is at stake. Is it? Because I have this crown? Annalander, I do not have the crown. And I never did. You stare at him. He gives every appearance of honesty. You lie. Do I? It was stolen by your birdmen. He leans forward. Was it? Did you see them? Did they pluck it from the head of your king while he sat in court? He points with a bony hand. I am so sorry. I know how hard it will be to accept what has been done to you. But can you not on some level feel it? Do you not sense that you are not in control of yourself? Implying that my king already has the crown? Well, then what am I doing out here? Why am I out here? What is the goal of my mission, if not to recover the crown? Are we at war with Mompang? Is this just, like, wreak havoc on Mompang for funsies? Like, why lie about who has the crown? He has a thing he wants to say. I will listen to what he has to say. You stay quiet, listening with growing horror. You've been under the spell for some time. I can imagine how it began. Most likely there was a day in Analand, perhaps near the wall, when you woke up and your will was not your own. And since then you have been compelled to march here, to do me harm. It is my mission. So you say, and yet, consider this. Do you even know what this crown looks like? This object that you have traveled so far, so single-mindedly to find. It might have been lying on a table in the first village you passed through, and you would not have known. Am I correct? What do you mean? My good man, you have seen the crown already. You've stood in its presence. But you do not remember. Perhaps you think it was just a dream, such is its power. But what else but the crown could have sent you on such a journey as this, at such a terrible cost? I have dreamt of it, yes. Dreams. Voices from deep inside, fighting for your attention. The Archmage's voice softens. Another question, then. You say you are called the Annalander, correct? Correct. He smiles. My friend, are you truly so far gone that you do not even know your own name? Oh, boy. I mean, I guess his line would then be that anyone I met along the way was, like, the people that I interacted with that helped me on my quest to find the crown, these people who might ostensibly know better, were all made up by me, presumably. His words echo round the tiny room. Paper charts flutter. Your memories of Analand, the king, and a childhood in Chawberry Wood all seem suddenly distant, like vague mentions. half-remembered, overheard stories. Mere snippets. This is pretty impressive. If the crown is so powerful, how could my birdmen have stolen it from your king? Continues the Archmage gently now. Think, Analander. Think for yourself just once before you strike me down. Try to remember? What does fight this mean? Assume that this is some sort of influence, some sort of magical influence on me. I am trying to fight an attempt to, Am I just fighting an attempt to convince me of a thing? Or am I fighting an actual magical thing? Like, fight this is really vague here. Do we think we're actually under control? I mean, I feel like try to remember is... Oh, I don't think it's over yet, Senna. I don't know what's next, but I don't think it's over yet. Because we got here really quick. I wonder if this is also choose your own adventure, where we can kind of take it multiple ways, and whichever way we take it is canon. Everything you thought was a lie deal? Oh, sure. He's in your head. That's kind of the point. I mean, if he has the crown, he's definitely in my head. Sort of by definition. But if he doesn't have the crown, then whoever does have the crown is in my head. Do I think try to remember? Okay, let's assume that everything we've been told up until this point, right? Not the conversation with the Archmage, but the entire journey up until here. Let's assume that everything that we've known is true. If that's the case, the Archmage has the crown and is trying to convince me that A, he doesn't have the crown, and B, I've been under control by someone who does have the crown in order to assassinate the Archmage? Maybe? If that's the case, right, then try to remember is most likely going to give us true memories. I mean, in general, I think try to remember is going to give us true memories, which means we should probably just click it regardless. Whereas trying to fight the influence is very specifically keeping us in the current state, regardless of whether it's true or not. I mean, our only dedication to Analand at this point is duty. Like, it's been long enough. Like, I don't know that, I mean, I guess, like, our good end, what we imagined would happen is we strike down the Archmage, we take the crown, we escape Mompang, whose forces are now in disarray because the Archmage is dead, we do a victory lap on our way home, and hand the crown to the King of Analand, who then is a just ruler who uses the crown in order to bring a era of prosperity that the world has never seen before. Right? That's our good end with everything staying true and being on the up and up. There's no way that's actually how it ends, right? Literally impossible for that to be the ending. In a game like this, literally impossible. It's not going to be that straightforward. At a meta level here, do we have any reason to trust any of these options? Oh, no, not at all. Since apparently everything is a lie and nothing has any meaning because the whole quest was a gaslighty fantasy in your head the whole time. So I think the actions that we've taken are the actions that we've taken, right? I don't think... I don't know if the quest was gaslight or if this is gaslight, right? Somebody's lying to us, absolutely. The question is who? Do we have a reason to trust the King of Analand more than we trust the Archmage? Probably. Do we have a reason to trust the Archmage more than we trust the King of Analand? I feel like trust no one is try to remember. Because that, hopefully, gets us past... Maybe try to remember just gives us the memories that the crown wants us to have. In which case, fight this is to try to fight off the influence of the crown. Whoever has the crown. But... I wonder if you lie is just going to be do I again. Just like here. Which option will give us the Goblin Romance? Oh, no, 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 no. No Goblin Romance, please. Please. I hope Filk is happy, far away from me. Also, we were by no means ever given the option to consummate, which I think is for the best. I don't know which of these routes I want to go down. And I'm not even sure what would be good reasons for picking one option or the other, right? Neither of them... Like, okay, so just on the surface, try to remember seems like I am siding with the Archmage and trying to remember real memories instead of fake memories. Fight this is ostensibly, on the surface level, trying to fight the influence of the Archmage so I can stay true to my purpose. But if fight this is just fight the influence of the crown, regardless of where the crown is, then I think that's ideal. And if try to remember is just going to give me... Like, I don't know. I don't know which of this... Like, regardless of what's true, I don't know which of these lead me to the truth better. Because... I'm not even sure what this I'm fighting. Try to remember and fight this could be exactly the same thing. It's true, it's true. This might not even be a real decision. I think I want try to remember, because I want this fantasy to get spun out a little bit further. I want this story to be told. And I want to know where it goes. I don't think I like the idea that everything is exactly as it seems, and fight this is fighting the Archmage's influence, and actually he has the crown, and if I click this button, he'll just have the crown and I can kill him and steal the crown, and good end, right? I don't like that. So I think I want to do try to remember, just to see where it goes. Because I don't think fight this leads anywhere good. You strain your mind, trying to remember. Waking in the hut in the northern settlement, sword ready, dreaming of the crown. Where were you before that moment? How did you come to be on this quest for which you have given so much? Well, I, the player, certainly don't know. I remember everything, you declare stubbornly. Answer me this. How many sisters do you have? What colors are your mother's eyes? How old are you? You shouldn't need to think to answer. You get to your feet, head reeling. The Archmage looks at you with compassion. It is upsetting to hear. I understand that. You lie. I am not stating anything, Annalander. I am asking you only that you think for yourself. If you cannot, he gestures emptily. I mean, I guess I could just kill him, right? But I don't like that either. I want to keep this conversation going. Like, I want to try and resolve this within this conversation before I either draw my sword and kill him or run away without knowing where I am running to. But if you are right, you begin weakly, then why am I here? A good question, the Archmage nods. I imagine your king sent you simply to kill me. Your king has the crown, and he knows that we in Mompang Fortress are the only ones capable of countering its power. Well, then why is there the statue of the Archmage with the crown down at the down in the middle? You wish to overthrow the king? I intend to curtail his ambitions. Our Farseers foresaw the rise of a terrible army from Analand, one that would sweep through the deserts and destroy Lumley in the north, and send fire across the Kahabad Sea. Looking forward, we saw only death. Looking back, we saw the king had found the lost crown of kings. Found? Until 10 years ago, the crown was nothing but a myth, and one that few believed. He shakes his head. I'm sorry, Annalander, or whoever you truly are. Your whole quest has been a lie. The crown is in Analand. You are nothing but an assassin. Alright, I'll pray. I like praying. Does this man tell the truth? How can you tell? You look upwards, hoping to catch the movement of the gorilla in the corner of your eye, but there is nothing. You are quite alone. Am I? We will find you a chamber here in the tower, away from the hustle and bustle below, the Archmage continues. Then, when you are somewhat recovered, you will discover what you want to do. I will discover what I want to do, the Archmage says. I don't like that phrasing. Archmage being that certain of what the future looks like. Archmage is kind of sus. Screw both old men. Fair enough, Zapper. I respect that position. God, I don't know what to do. I don't think I want to kill him. But I don't want what he says to be true. I mean, I guess if what he says isn't true, then this is one big head job. He has the crown, and I need to kill him. Heaven knows I've killed a lot of people on my way here. Unimpressed Snakebird. I feel like this is Existenz. Like, I don't know how deep the simulation goes. I don't know which level I'm on. Many people are lying to me, and I don't know who is what or where. I can't just go along with what he's saying, right? Enough of this. You step forward, intent on demanding the crown's return. Then you pause. Where did that demand for action come from? What power put the thought of demands into your mind? Surely the Archmage is right. What compelled you to cause so much harm on your journey? You do not move. Excuse me? Surely the Archmage is right, says my internal monologue. Oh, I love that movie, Crew Whisper. I really, really liked it. What is going on here? Did I just game over? What is going on? The Archmage watches you. You stand quite still, breathing in and out. A clarity is entering your muddled mind. Perhaps you are beginning to overcome your orders, the elderly figure observes. That is good. One step at a time. You find you are speaking. Thank you, Archmage. I've been lost for a long time, and I'm far from my home. This feels like I am being controlled. More than the previous thing. 13th floor. That was the one I was trying to remember. I kept thinking about 13th warehouse? 11th warehouse? Some other warehouse thing. But 13th floor is the one I was thinking of. I never saw that one. But yeah, it came out around the same time. Dark City was fantastic. And The Matrix was okay. Warehouse 13 is the TV show. Yes. That was the one that I kept thinking of when I was trying to think of 13th floor. Can I rewind it all now after Zed? I don't know. He nods. I understand. We will offer what hospitality we can. It is most appreciated, you reply, bowing your head. The Archmage gestures to the door, and you take your leave. The cell. Alley between the buildings. So I can't even rewind that far. The only rewind I can go to is outside the building. I'm not gonna. Outside, night has fallen. Several hours pass in a darkened room. You're lying on cold stone. You stagger to your feet, an incredible tiredness filling your body and bones. You're in a small cell. A grate high up allows in a little starlight. The walls are marked with nearly 100 strokes. Have you made them yourself? How long have you been here? The heavy door has a single grill snapped shut. From nearby, you hear a scratching sound. I have a sword? I still have my stuff? No. I have a chopping knife. I do still have all my magic stuff, though. And all of my other stuff. Wow. Who's there? You demand. There is no reply from the shadows. The scratching gets closer. You reach for your sword, only to find your sword belt is empty. You've been thoroughly disarmed. A tiny figure approaches on spindly legs. You cannot believe your eyes. It is Jan, the mini-mite you encountered outside Biritanti. Jan! The creature stares at you, then rushes forward and wraps spindly arms around your leg. You again! It chirrups. Do you have any idea how hard it's been to follow you? You followed me? I did my best. I didn't want you to know. I thought you might send me away. Or worse. Dark City was the best, followed by Existence, then the Matrix, then the 13th floor, which was also okay. Oh. I thought 13th floor was going to be okay. Was going to be better than okay. But, I see. I'm not sure that I agree that Dark City was better than Existence. Dark City was more gothy, right? It had more of like a The Crow feeling to it. But I kind of liked that Existence was mindfucky in a way that felt plausible, whereas Dark City was mindfucky in a way that felt drug-induced. Like, I think they were approaching similar themes, but from wildly different directions, and I kind of like the Existence direction better. Don't get me wrong, Dark City was a fantastic movie. I really loved it. But, it was definitely a little hard to follow sometimes. Dark City has more answers than Existence. Did it, though? Maybe I just haven't seen Dark City in too long. Thought you might send me away or worse. But why? I thought you left. We mini-mites aren't entirely without magic, Jan replies. I stayed far enough away that you could cast yours. Except once. The director's cut of Dark City is significantly better. Oh. That might be why you have this opinion and I don't. Okay. When? You don't remember? Jan giggles. Well, I'll leave you to remember for yourself, maybe. But I'm sorry, you won't be able to cast anything now, and I can't escape. They clipped my wings. Jan turns around and shows you the ruin of his back. Deep scars pucker the skin between bony shoulder blades. Okay, so this is pretty conclusive proof that the Archmage was full of BS, and we should have just killed him. Not that we would have been able to, I think. But we should have. Why did the guards do that to you? To stop me getting away. Can't have mini-mites running around freely, not in a place like this. He makes a mild chuckling noise. But now you're stuck as well. I suppose we're back together. So, what's your plan? How do we get out of this? You don't have a key, do you? Do you? Let me check my pockets, replies Jan sarcastically. Why did you follow me? You're after the Crown of Kings, aren't you? How are you expecting to get it without a mini-mite's aid? Jan shrugs. I thought that was obvious. We have no love of Mompang. How convenient that the walking null rod returns just as you lose your sword and only have your magic to rely on. What would really be convenient is the walking null rod having shown up just before we fell under the influence of the crown in the Archmage's den. You look around the cell, regarding the walls, door, ceiling rafters with care. The place seems quite solidly built. The only opening is a tiny air grate, a little larger than your bald fist, set more than twice your height up in the wall. The little creature hops a little closer. If you really have no ideas, Jan remarks, then I suppose we'd best get comfortable. I know a few songs we could sing. Okay, Ragnar, direct question. Had I hauled out my sword and tried to kill the Archmage, would it have worked? This is information I want to have. Don't you dare. Jan shrugs. You'd better think of something then. The grate would be wide enough to toss a ball through. Beyond, you see nothing but the open sky. Jan is watching you and nods, almost imperceptibly. He goes over to a wall to scratch his back against it. From outside the window, the sounds of chanting and clanking metal drift upwards.
The armies are assembling,
the Mini-Mite murmurs.
Now you've been found, they're leaving for the Backlands.
Haven't played enough, there's a lot of possibilities, but probably no. Yeah, I didn't think so. Where are they going after that?
Where do you think?
Jan replies.
Analand, Bryce, Ruddlestone, Bloomway, everywhere. The Archmage intends to unite the entire old world.
This is a disaster.
It would look like it. The Archmage had you dancing like a bear with a ring through its nose when you came in here.
He sits down glumly. You pick the Mini-Mite up in your hand. He fits neatly into your fist.
What are you doing?
The creature asks, voice shaking a little with fear. The stumps of his destroyed wings flicker and scrape against your palm. Makes you do certain things whether you want to or not because plot. Yeah, pretty much. Can you not allow me some magic? We'll die in here if you do not. The Mini-Mite shakes his head.
I'm not eating your magic. I just muddy it. It's part of what I am.
After a moment, he adds quietly.
Believe me, I'm sorry too.
Did I just kill him? I thought this was going to be an escape attempt. Like he'd be able to get out of the cell by going through the grate. It hadn't occurred to me that I'm actually just throwing him outside the tower. Huh. Hang on. Beyond you see nothing but the open sky. Well... Jan is watching you and nods, almost imperceptibly. Did he not buy into this plan? Oh no. Well, whatever. I guess we will mourn my impetuous decisions later. In the meantime, we have spells to cast. You are suddenly quite alone, but you feel the power of starlight returning to your veins all the same. So what can we cast here? Well, Dop is easy. We can kid some people. This ain't no party. This ain't no kidding around. We could zap and zip. And we could howl. I haven't howled in forever. This is not the first time the game's vague description of your options led you to assume your choice meant something very different than what it was offering you. Yep, that's true. But alright, let's dop our way out of here. You weave the spell, and the tumblers in the ancient door turn and fall. A moment later, the hinges creak open. You are free, but you are once more alone. You stand outside the open door of the cell. Everything is strangely silent. The key to the cell is sticking out of the door. Your assassin's sword is leaning against the cell door. You snatch it up gratefully. What? Was the door just open this whole time? Oh, Jesus Christ. You grab the key. It'll be very useful should you be unfortunate enough to be locked up again. Then there is only one way to go. Upwards. You hurry up the winding stairs. From the window comes the sounds of shouting, the clatter of armor. You look out of the window upon a horrifying sight. The courtyard below is filled with soldiers readying for war, and more are already spilling down the road and into the lower city. Amongst their number, you see mutants, giants, and other foul creatures. They are slaughtering everything in their path without pausing. Flames are climbing from the buildings of the city. The wall to the outer yards is being dismantled. What? What? In Mompang, they're just killing everything? Are these not the Archmage's soldiers? Why would they be killing people in the city?
What?
It definitely sounds like war is already This does not make any sense to me one way or the other. I don't know what's happening here. The stairs end abruptly in a stone archway set with a heavy wooden door. It swings open to reveal a large room filled with books. The door opens into a wide library, but it is a mess. The books have fallen from the shelves as though torn down. Several pages lie scattered across the floor. Moreover, a large hole has appeared in the tower wall, with chunks of stone torn from the fabric of the building. What happened here? You go over to the hole in the wall. The wind rushes past outside, threatening to rip you from the room, and the drop is dizzying. You peer over the edges of the hole. The bricks are scratched in some places, chewed in others, but there is no rubble on the floor. It's as though something battered, tore, and bit its way out of the tower. You lean out cautiously. The drop is immense, as though you looked from a mountaintop directly down into the heart of the earth below. From somewhere far off, you hear the chant and hammer of a gathering army. That's sure what it seems like, Zapper Gandhi, but that's super weird. I don't know. It's... something disastrous is happening, and I don't know what it is. And it's remarkably unclear why the Archmage would want to kill his own citizens. How else would we know the Archmage is a bad guy? It's just not... It doesn't... It feels super weird. I don't know. Everything we've been told is that this is an army gathered here by the Archmage. Not an invading army. But an invading army is the only army that would be killing citizens and setting fire to the buildings. So what the actual heck is happening? In the meantime, we're reading books. Ah, Walk and Raz. That's cool. You lift the book from the floor and turn through the pages. It is a book about righting wrongs, fixing mistakes, also about the countering and undoing of one spell by means of another. No one can destroy Mompang like Mompang, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. One page claims the spell of the shield opposes the enchantment of the sword. But before you can read more, something swoops in through the hole in the tower wall. It is nothing short of a demon. Short, goat-like, but with a hellish gaze. And on its head rests something you did not think you would ever now see. The Crown of Kings. You open your arms to cast a spell, but the demon shakes its head. You have no magical ability. The power of starlight disappears from you in an instant. The pair of wings grace its back for a moment, then disappear. I see you have escaped, the demon remarks. Unfortunately, it is too late. My transformation is complete. The entire old world will feed my hunger. Okay, so the Archmage was just gaslighting me. Who are you? You demand. Who do you think? The creature responds. The Archmage traded half his soul for a life long enough to kill you with. I am the long-lived half he traded with. Whoa! The Archmage died from growing old. If I hadn't smashed the beacon, would he have not grown old and not died? Would he still be the Archmage here instead of the demon? Fascinating. You draw your assassin's sword, but the goat thing shakes its head. Throw that out of the window. You do so without questioning. Doesn't seem like we'll have a, Doesn't seem like we'll be able to fight this guy. You are empty. No presence walks beside you. You have no spirit and no god. But it's all illusion, right? It's all God and kid and tell. None of it is true. You close your eyes to pray, but the demon just cackles. There are no gods left in the old world, it remarks. And a moment later, you feel the world is empty and hollow, just as he says. I mean, wait is the smart thing to do, but I'm gonna rush the creature anyway. Oh. I guess not. You rush at the creature, and it opens its hooves wide to accept you into an embrace of fire, and molten ash, and sharp, stubby little goat teeth. Eaten by the Archmage Goat. But even now, here, crushed between the teeth of what the Archmage has become, all is not lost. You feel the curse of Throbin tearing you upward and into the stars. I can Zed, I guess? I can Zed. What else can I cast? Nothing. Why is there an X here? What ends in an X? Nothing. This is all I have, right? This is all I can do. Well, I guess we're gonna Zed here. You do not cast the spell, but rather it casts you, pulling you open only to scatter you into the winds. Yep, guy gave me a save point, as expected. Oh yeah, 6 ends in X, that's true. Lost 1 point of maximum stamina. Then you hit the ground, in one piece, in the thin alleyway leading from the grate. It's where you met the beggar, but he is nowhere to be seen. The Archmage's army is gone. The inner tower stands firm once more. You have another chance, but how can you overcome the Archmage? He knew you were coming. He was waiting for you. How can you possibly hope to defeat the terrible power of the crown? There must be another way to reach him, a quieter way, a way to steal inside the tower without the Archmage's knowledge. I might actually have to play the game. He is the greatest seer that has ever lived. You'll need to shield yourself in a magic more powerful even than his, and find a way into his tower that he cannot guard against. You pat yourself down. You're quite alive. What is more, you have all your possessions and gold and knowledge intact. You check your pocket quickly. The key to the Minimite cell is still there. The narrow alley mouth opens into the square. The moon climbs the sky, filling the world with thin silver light. Huh. Yeah, I guess we can't just go to the top of the tower. Too bad. Alright. But having the Minimite on hand does actually solve the issue, right? We're then protected from the Archmage. From the crowd, presumably. Wait a minute, I still have no god? Huh. Well, I mean, I guess we sleep here. That worked out fine last time. But the trembling sickness will most likely kill you. The remainder of the night is kept busy with vivid dreams. You're lying on a cool, moist ground, underneath a tall, swaying tree. There is a nagging pain in your leg, and you look down to see a sapling growing up through your thigh. Ow! What? Oh, okay. You try to move away, but you're attached to the ground, as though the roots of the sapling were your own tendons. And all the while, you hear a distant laughter from the east. Oh no, my sword! No! That's so disastrous! Oh my god. Oh, I am in a bad way now. Is that worth rewinding? What's the deal with the sword? So I had a +4 sword, which was the assassin's sword. My backup sword, now that I have thrown the assassin's sword out the window, is a -4 sword. I leave it to you to imagine the difference should I actually enter combat. Yeah, I have no god either. Oh my god, that's... Honestly, this is probably worth rewinding. Given where I am, pretty close to the start here. Like, I'll have to fight the guards here, navigate some dialogues to get into the larder again, and then climb out of here, and then deal with, like, the necromancer's dialogue. But... I don't want to have missed everything that I've missed. Like, I don't want to be without a god and without my sword. Oh god, that's so awful. This is so awful. I guess I should have known not to try to fight the Archmage. Holy balls, this is bad. What's my new clue? I don't have a new clue. If I rewind, will I even get that stuff back at this point? Yeah. But I can still rewind to before I use Zed. Like, I can still rewind to outside. Oh, Jesus. I was able to handle the kitchen in a way that seemed very intended. Do all scenes have neat solutions like that? I'm not sure, actually. It seems like in many situations you can kind of brute force stuff by magic. I think this is too painful. I think this is too painful a loss. So I think I'm going to rewind. Settle in, folks. Hide behind a bush. What? Oh, okay. Far enough back that... Okay, yes, good. So we're gonna revisit some territory here. Slip down, slip into the door, and then fight. He led with defense. Oh, he didn't lead with defense this time. Wow. He pauses as like a small attack. He bellows with rage. I don't know what he's doing. I'm just going to defend. Big losses. Places his short sword against his chest. That's not a defend. That's like a small attack. That is a defend. Wow, I was wrong. Follow your sword point is probably a small attack. Yep. A lot of his things are just small attacks. He cedes the momentum. Is that defend? No. That is a small attack. Seems like everything is small attack, except for he raises his weapon near his body. 4 stamina loss. Do I want to try again? We can continue. Pray for some healing. Move on with my life. And here, no decision can be rewound. Yep. I understand. Simple monk. Your guards, then. I wonder what they say about getting into the Citadel. When you're chosen for the outer yards, they get a birdman to drop you over the wall. They're the only ones who come and go, really. No one is taken back. Wow. Interesting. I mean, I think that's intentional, Senna, right? It's supposed to be a narrative, more than it's supposed to be a game that you're supposed to understand. But, they've definitely left me in some bad situations because my choices were poor, really. I mean, poorly informed, sure, but still poor choices. And, you know, sometimes you choose things that are bad, and I guess in theory you should be punished for making bad choices? In theory. But the birdmen are granted free passage. The birdmen are bred from a single homunculus somewhere in the sorcerer's spike, the guard replies. They're all mindlessly loyal. He shrugs. Whereas us, well, you can bash a guard about and pay him, but you can't ever be sure he won't turn on you. There is a grumbled murmur of agreement. The fire in the brazier. God, why is that so hard? Choices are much starker and way less spelled out now than they were earlier. Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, there still has to be uncertainty, right? You can never know the future exactly. But, I definitely feel like there have been bad choices made. In many ways. And, I think I agree with there being less clarity around what you are even doing, let alone what the outcome is going to be. Alright, so we're gonna rest here. It's fine. What's up, flanker? 4 is weird, okay. It does not do to speak of it. I am a dead man still alive. What is done cannot be undone. A carved statue cannot be uncarved, only broken. They're not giving me the extra door? Interesting. Well, I don't want to go up the crates. That definitely ended poorly before. On pain of the Archmage. Well, okay. I can still cast a spell here, though. At the doorway. Not that any of these spells are any good. Sus? Sob? We could do some sobbing. I can't sus? I can't sus. Do I want to? I don't know why I'd want to cast, why I'd want to be summoning things here. But boy howdy, I could summon some things. Oh, I guess I could Zen and just float over the wall. Does that actually work? And then we have like an entirely different way of moving into the city. Oh, I kind of want to try this now. Let's see if we can just float over the wall. A couple of guards are moving towards your position. Oh, so they'll spot me. Okay, never mind. I don't want to be spotted. It is important that I not be spotted. There's this guy who we know betrayed the Sightmaster. We could harass him this time now that I know what he's done. Make some different choices on my way into the tower, I guess. He blinks very slowly. I wonder if I can telepathy with him. Tell does look like it's an option. Ah, so I can figure out what's going on with him even before. Drawing the skull cap from your pack, you cast the spell. You reach out for the Sightmaster's thoughts, but they are black and filled with self-hatred. It seems something terrible happened, or else he has done something he should not. Done terrible things, brother. Then you will suffer in your turn. He nods, his horns moving sadly. As I had feared. What did you do? I led one of my own kind to where he was captured, and was made to suffer, and, I think, killed. The Sightmaster replies, all for personal gain. But then he seems to pick up. But none of that matters now I have your blessing, brother. Now I might do it again. He looks up, a wild grin on his face. What? You don't have my blessing. I condemned you. What? There is nothing you can do here, but it will not be you dispensing judgment. What the hell? That seems like the wrong dialogue for that flow. I don't know what happened there. Alright, ignore it. Move on. We listen to this. Kind of want to listen more closely now. You lean down to listen to the keyhole. There's no need for them to worry about gates. Exactly. They can fly, right? Still, it's worrying, alright. You step quickly back from the door. Time to get moving before you're found. Yes. We talked to the merchant last time, but I think we can just look around and make a move. Into the kitchens. Creep in. My apologies. I am here to bless the food. You were cooking. I'm just gonna go through this the same way I did before. Yup. Filk is a stout girl indeed. Gigantic for a goblin, but still a head shorter than you. Do you need a hand? What rules? Spies? If she must. I will need instruction. Need a knife. Okay, let's go get a knife. Test the knife blade. Sharpen the knife. Well, now we can go back to the counter, I guess. Chop the vegetables coarsely. Let's pick the not rusted pot. Move through this the same way we did it last time, I think. Read the labels. We're gonna use red eye tears. Let Filk do it. Spit in the soup. And yeah, head towards the larder. Alright. I heard there was a tunnel in here. Is it true? Perhaps no one knows. They're like rats in there. Rats always know when there are tunnels. Alright, so we can inspect the floor, search around the sacks. Think that'll find anything? Ah. Stacks are stacked very oddly. A patch of floor right next to the teetering stack is bare. Okay. Well, that's a good way to do the thing. Look at the spot. A trapdoor! Leave or descend? Well, not a hard choice here. Am I really going? I have to. Will you come back this way? Prepare yourself. Mom Pang is changing. Alright. Pretty standard. Tooth marks on the walls. No way to tell what's going on. Look, there's light! Look up at the grate. Listen. There's guards. We should cast a spell. Let's try kidding around with some guards, shall we? I like the poison gas. That worked out pretty well. And now we dopen the grate. Dopen. Dopen sesame. Oh, right. I have to zen my way up. Okay. Well, so be it. Alright, and now we get to talk to Throbin the Necromancer. And now into the Gardens of Briar, a place previously unvisitable. So what is going on here? Where am I? Now we can talk more freely. I know where we are. Who are you seems like a reasonable question. Sometimes, not entirely. I see. So I guess his situation is he has cast Zed, and it's been building up to, like... I wish I understood Throbin's motivations better. Yo, Rubber Ducky, thank you so much for the 26 months of continued support. Thank you for dropping that private sub here. Much appreciated. Welcome back to the Adventuring Party. Good to have you around. We're blowing through some story because we've already done it before. And this game needs more masks. Yes, that's what this game needs. We found one mask once, but then it got thrown away. because the bridge keeper sucks. It stole it from us. Quite so. I think we did. I must take that risk here. I think I'm just going to say I don't fear death. You should. Very nice. It was. Ah, well, that's the same. Throbin gives you a choice? Really? Fascinating. Have you been waiting long? About a month, he answers. Please excuse any confusion. Ah, okay. You most certainly are. Often, I shouldn't wonder. The view, after a fashion. Stars of the Zed spell can be seen. Zed is the great discovery of the Necromancers, a spell powered by and fascinated by death. You're just happy to be here, it's okay that you missed a lot. Alright. Fair enough. Well, happy to have you here as well, Rubber Ducky. What are we doing here? What a mess. It is a spell of such power and significance, its secret must never be divulged. I've told you enough in this place, please. The man does not follow. Call out, but hear no response. Harpies, but they are not coming for you. Oh, no they're not. You search the bushes, but find nothing. Onwards? So we just turned back immediately last time. But onwards just also immediately takes us to something here. The Zed spell is difficult to cast, you see, because you can't cast it at once. Like a butterfly. A small change can cause a large effect? What has this to do with butterflies? Said anything about butterflies? What if I don't draw my sword here? Why? I will not. Imagine I was trying to claw your eyes out. Go for your sword. Begins to squeeze. Try to push him away, but he is using every last ounce of strength, and seems to have reserves you would not expect. What? Wow, this is an actual fight. You can feel an ache in your brain now. You have to act. Staggering forward, you knock his body hard into a wall, hoping to shake him loose. But somehow the stone catches his head at a terrible, awkward angle. Oh, he's dying. Ah. Stayed up all night doing an essay. You got in bed at 1 p.m. Oh, no. Rubber Ducky, you've really messed yourself up. My sympathies. Alright, so here is where Zed happens. Yes, it looks like it makes you Zed regardless. Which is fair. This feels like a fairly important plot point. Alright, we'll sleep here, that's fine. We really need to... Whoa. Oh yeah, this dream. I remember this dream. And then also this thing. Pull it out. Every tug makes you scream in agony, as though you were pulling at your own tendons. Awful. Visited the barracks and were cursed with the Zed spell. Alright, well... We are now back into retracing our steps. And we have to make some decisions about what we're actually going to do here. Do we just run straight for the tower again? Do we try some other things? Like, we know that we can't just climb to the top of the tower, right? We have to get in through the bottom, or we have to at least go down to the Minimite cell. So that we have some kind of defense against the Archmage. Since that appears to be the problem. Is the Archmage controls us. And we have no defense against it. So we need to at least go far enough down that we can pick up the Archmage. Pick up thing. Pick up thing. Pick up Jan. Beyond that, I don't know what else we need to do, right? We just need to kill the Archmage. Like, that's it. Although... worst case, you don't sleep until tomorrow night, you can reset. Man, I have done that before, and it hurts. That's painful, Rubber Ducky. Make sure you go to bed really early. Whenever I try to do that and try to reset to an actual time, I just either wake up too early and can't get back to sleep, or I sleep too late. Like, I sleep like 12 hours, 14 hours, and then like, it doesn't help because I'm late again. It's dangerous. I've gotten more success by pushing it out a little bit each time. So instead of just staying up like the whole night and then through another day and like doing another 24 hours, I just push it a little bit longer instead of like being up for 16 hours, stay up for 20 hours. Put it up like push it a couple of hours each time. Assuming that you have the time to get away with that. Sometimes you don't. Sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. Alright, I think I'm done for the night. I think this game is getting to me. We are pretty close to stream end anyway. But yeah, I don't particularly feel like spending another 15 minutes retracing my steps right now. So I think we're just going to call it a little bit early. But wow. We have sure gone through some things here. Accomplished some goals and very not accomplished other goals. Thinking about it, it just occurred to me that, it just occurred to me. I mean, I kind of was aware. But the Archmage was using the crown on me when I entered the study, right? Using the crown to basically convince me to listen to him. So that when I set to do something forceful, he was like, where did this, it gave me that, like, where did this come from line, right? Like, I was clearly not under control of my own actions at that point. He did it in kind of a soft way, right? Trying to convince me that I had been under control previously, rather than the way the demon did it, which is just, you can't. The demon did it in a much more obvious way. But I think that's an interesting difference between the two. There was an approach that the Archmage took, the sort of the soft touch approach. Had an opportunity to cast Mag? Maybe. Yeah. Mag might have done it. Wow, Mag might have done it. Then I could have walked in and killed him. I could still try that, actually. If I really want to do it that way. It's fairly easy to retrace my steps to getting to the top of the tower. Like, that was not particularly hard to achieve. A very interesting idea. I wonder if there's an opposite to tell. I have a feeling it might be dim. But I don't know. But then again, we'd have to cast like 3 counter spells in order to actually counteract the crown. But also, we have to be able to cast spells in order to do that, right? Like, if I get killed by the demon that way, like, okay, could you imagine me waking up after Zed and not only not having my sword, also not having access to my god, and also not being able to cast spells, like, that is just such an incredible stumbling block. Yeah, resetting was absolutely the correct decision. Because he took away my spellcasting, right? Oh my god. I don't know if mag will be enough. It would be interesting if mag was actually enough, and I could actually end the game that way, but... It's very interesting that I was actually just able to walk up the tower. I guess by casting my spell here to climb, the Archmage became aware of me, right? He was... I don't know at what point the Archmage became aware of me. Because, like, I don't have access to a readout that tells me when that happens. I just know at the beginning of each day whether or not he's aware of me. And I can't, like, try things and then reset in order to figure it out, which is unfortunate. I mean, I guess it's fair, right? At some point, they have to have you take consequences for your actions. Well, it's all stuff to think about for next stream, I think. Assuming the game isn't lying about that too. Yeah, fair enough. But yeah, I think it is all stuff to think about for next stream.